Welcome to tonight's study session for June 17th. Welcome to the City of Westminster City Council study session for June 17th, 2024. We thank you for coming and would like to remind all in attendance that our meetings are subject to the rules of decorum that are posted inside the chamber doors. These rules are in effect while our meetings are in session, as well as during breaks and transitions between meetings. We want to be sure all feel welcome and remind attendees that there is an expectation that this meeting shall not be disrupted and that there's threats and intimidation are prohibited. No attendee shall engage in audible expressions of support or opposition for any speaker. Signs and placards are prohibited, and attendees shall remain seated at the seats provided, not in the aisles, nor shall the doorways be blocked. With that, City Council reports. Councilor Hott, you want to start?
Sure. So this week, I actually visited the dog park twice. Once on Wednesday. I thought it would be good to go and take a look for myself and see what it looks like in person. And then on Thursday, we had our listening session with Heritage Senior, the senior homes, and almost everyone on council was there, so that was really great and wonderful. I do have a couple questions. I got a question about the Wards Advisory Committee, about who is actually drawing the lines, because the committee we put together, they're in charge of like deciding how many wards, how many counselors per wards, but they're not actually drawing the lines. And so I guess the question is, who's going to be drawing the lines, and how is that going to be an efficient process with the folks who are in the current wards committee?
I don't know if the attorney or assistant city manager,
Yeah, I can.
Lindsay, would like to speak to that.
Either way, Mr. Lindsay is probably more up to date. I have been out of the office for a few, but if you.
So, thank you for the question, and I think this has been an area of confusion in a number of conversations we've had, including with folks on the advisory commission, so I appreciate the opportunity to clarify. So the advisory committee has been asked to provide a recommendation to City Council on number and type of wards or districts. That would lead into the drafting of a charter amendment. Right now, the charter just states one ward. City Council is one ward. So that would go on the ballot. You would have a vote on that in August. That would go on the ballot in November. After, assuming passage of that ballot amendment in November, then we would begin the process of drawing lines and all of the items that go into that. I don't have an answer for you in terms of what public engagement looks like for that, because we're still in the process of getting that charter amendment through. So I think once that's out on the table after August, our staff will then reconvene and talk with Ms. Anderson, our consultant, about next steps should that pass. I know we've gotten a lot of emails, and you have as well. We're kind of moving this on one step at a time. That would leave us a lot of time next year to have engagement around the drawing of lines with wards. I don't really know what that looks like yet.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that. Thank you. And then another question I had was around the dog park. So I went back on Saturday because a resident had shown me an ad that was under, it was on Facebook under a Stanley Lake Regional Park. And basically what I discovered is that we have a public-private partnership with the Butterfly Pavilion for something called the Urban Prairie Project. And they got money from a conservation group and money from Toyota for their Urban Prairie Project. And the City of Westminster and the Urban Prairie Project through Butterfly Pavilion was at the dog park on Saturday with volunteers looking at the different plants and the different animals that were there. So as I started digging into it more, it's when I discovered that we have a partnership And so my question is, since we've been talking about the dog park, why were we not told that? And then my next question is, if we have this partnership with them and they have money, does that mean that Toyota is paying for the short grass prairie we want to put in, or are we paying for it? Who's paying for it? And if we have that partnership, I would think that would be a really key information to share with us. And so I'm really disappointed that it wasn't shared with us last week at the study session, because I think that would be good information to know that could actually, it might, for our decision making. And so it's just disappointing when I have residents bring things up to me and I have no idea what is going on. And it's, I felt like this weekend I had to kind of be a detective to figure out what's going on in the city that I'm representing, and that was really disappointing. So I guess I would like to learn more about that and who's paying for it, because I think that makes a difference in how much the restoration of the short grass prairies cost. And so, yeah, if we could get some information about that, that would be great.
Counselor, I don't know anything about the partnership or how it's funded, so we'll follow up with you. The folks that
Okay.
would answer that are not here tonight.
It just seems like since they're in the park and this is what they want to, do, and I did look, we've had a partnership with them since 2020. I just thought that would be key information for last week. But thank you.
Counselor Carmelio?
Yes, I just want to give a big welcome to everyone that joined our boards and commissions, and I'm sorry I couldn't stay that full evening. I did stop by briefly, but thanks for everyone who volunteered to step up and serve the city. And for those who don't know, there seems to be a lot of folks who love pickleball right now, and the pickleball courts are open, so I stopped by, and a big thank you to city staff for doing such a great job on that as well, at that opening. And I forgot to bring this up last week because I was asked once again. It came up a lot at the beginning of the year, and I forget what the answer was. The planters in historic Westminster. Can I get an update on those? I feel like we went around in circles several times early in the year. Yeah.
So, Counselor, the council approved a contract for ballpark $350,000 to have the planters dug out. Any remaining trees that were viable would remain, but any shrubs and or dead trees would be ripped out, and all that old irrigation that has been broken for quite some time was all pulled out. And there's a contractor that, before I went on my vacation this past week, I had been down in historic Westminster, and they had essentially dug out all of those planters and removed material. So now they will be coming back here over the course of the next, call it 30 to 60 days, but by the end of summer, and replacing that material with rockscape, so hardscape, and then xeric, Colorado native kind of plantings that are low water requiring or usage. And so, the goal is by the end of summer, that contract will be closed out, and we'll have, nice looking planters down there. But, yeah, council approved $350,000 towards that project. And I would say it's probably, all the pre-work has been done. Now they need to fill in and do the plantings, the remaining plantings.
Mhm.
Okay?
Great news. Thank you for that update. I appreciate it. So I think for anyone listening, because I know there's been a lot of folks asking about them, we're getting xeric plants, so they're going to look different, but I think the hope is that they'll last a lot longer and be easier for us all to maintain. So that's great. Thank you. And then I followed up. I know last week I said I called the county attorney, and I'm still waiting for them to get back to me. I called again today, asking about the reverter clause in the Westminster Hills open space. I just want to make sure that we all have numbers around what that is, what the reverter clause looks like, how much it'll be. We need to know that. So I followed up again today. I haven't heard back. Go ahead.
I'm just curious because, and City Attorney Frankel was out last week when
Mhm.
you brought it up.
Yes.
So I'm just curious if that's something that our own City Attorney's Office looked into through all these discussions about the Westminster.
My understanding is, yes, there was research done on all of the deeds that are affecting the lands at issue here. So we have, and I think Ms. Opie prepared a spreadsheet describing the history of each parcel's acquisition and the timing and any restrictions that were placed on the land. So when we acquire land with open space funding, obviously it has restrictions placed in its use. When we use our own parks open space taxes, we ensure that the purchases are made in a compliant manner there as well. So I don't know that these parcels necessarily have reverter clauses from Jeffco, so we could definitely look into that. But if you have information on this, that would be helpful.
Right.
Glad to look at it.
Yes.
And glad to talk to the Jeffco county attorneys to discuss further.
Thank you. That would be great. If you could take it up, that'd be great. That removes the follow-up for me. Anthony Chambers is his name. He mentioned, and again, we have to verify, but he mentioned he believes 33 acres have a reverter clause. They were purchased with Jeffco funds. And I talked last week to Greg Graham about that, so he might not know more, but hopefully you can
Great.
find something out. Yeah. And I would love to know where those are, right? So if we avoid them, what part of the land is that? Anyway. And then I had lots of meetings with constituents since that study session. I think we all have, I'm sure, but I have had many, many meetings with constituents. So far, it's interesting because it's been much of the opposite of the conversation we'd had in the last 6 months. I think the last 6 months, I had a lot of conversation of folks concerned about ensuring that we preserve the space for off-leash dogs, and now the last 2 weeks has been nonstop residential calls and meetings about who are concerned, extremely concerned about the well-being of the land itself, of the ecology of it. So I just want to get that message out there that I think we're going to have. I think we're going to have a lot of public comment coming up. I don't think the issue is settled yet. From what I can tell, the community is still speaking, so that's interesting. And what else do I have? I think that's everything. I'm sure I forgot something. Oh, and of course, Town Hall went fantastic. And I just want to say I really liked that. I hope we do more of those because that was really nice to go to them. And I think that community especially needs it. But who else can we go to? And I think I brought this a few times up before to different staff folks. But I'd love to talk to high schoolers directly. You know, I think that's the best time to get them into local government. I know we have that, youth program, which is awesome, the youth advisory team, but maybe we should go to a couple of our high school auditoriums, and talk to them. I feel like there's some kids there that would jump at the chance to get involved if they knew what's going on.
Councilor Ireland?
Okay, I went to the ribbon cutting ceremony of the pickleball courts. There was a lot of enthusiasm. We have 80 teams in our city so far for the tournaments they have. I think they're Wednesday, Friday evenings. They're open to public, first come, first serve from 7 to 10, and are all lit up. So if you love pickleball, there's where you go. They also have training at the rec center on a couple mornings a week, so you can learn how. They said I could come learn how, but I don't know if I have time to play pickleball right now, but I think I would enjoy it. Also, as many all know, I met with Shannon Bird, and Amy Atwood came too, our representative for our city as a lobbyist, talking about the bill that Shannon had signed into law. So it doesn't have much teeth, but it wants the airports to be good neighbors, and if they don't comply, she's going to have penalties in the next bill because our state has the more complaints for airport noise than any state in the union. And she thinks the RMMA is a lot of them. Centennial does not have that many complaints, and I still haven't heard back from them, but I'm following up with them to see what they're doing that our airport is not doing. And I know that we are talking to the aviation lawyer next week, I believe. They did bring up that maybe we should talk to them about getting the aviation noise ordinance in our city, and also talk about what's going to happen to our city if those lawsuits they win the lawsuits if we're going to have more flights. They are concerned that the airport is expanding. They are getting more flights. I showed them the chart that we were showed. The last 2 years, it's gone a crazy amount, and they're planning more. So they are concerned about the airport being good neighbors. There are airports in the country that have curfews at night. There are airports that have decibel limits. There are airports that don't allow landings at night except for emergencies. So they only have taking off, not landing too. So there's things that they can do to be better neighbors. And they have been told that many of the neighbors think they're being targeted for telling on the airport, which is a concern to me. And that's why I'm representing the constituents of the city, because if they are being targeted, and they said that the map of the airport is going right over their house, and it used to go over the park in Green Knolls, and it wasn't as noisy then, there's a problem for me. And it should be a problem for all of us, because that's who we represent. So I'm glad we're going to still talk to the lawyer, and hopefully we don't have to spend much time, but get some answers. Okay. And also, I went to the senior center. And what struck me is when we're planning these buildings, they need to have elevators. Because we want all the senior housing, but if they don't have elevators, they can't live in them except for on ground level. And I wonder if their friends live, younger upstairs. I mean, they can't even visit. So I think we need to think about that when we're planning buildings, that they have elevators for the seniors. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Counselor Dumont?
Nothing for me.
Mayor Pro Tem?
So I also have had some additional conversations with residents who are expressing concern about the Westminster Hills open space and the ability to conserve some of it. The couple of questions that came out of those conversations include one, and I appreciate staff for clarifying this, that we had started with discussing this space as 420 or so acres, and then it has since been updated to 470 acres, so there was some confusion, but the number we're working with, as I believe, is 470 acres now for that area. And I did send a question in, I just don't think staff has had time to respond to it yet, but there was a question about if we rezone the open space into park or some other non-open space district, that whether we would need to repay ourselves. There's a code, you just see the email, but there's a code section where it refers to potentially having to do that. And so, and that would be at the market rate of whatever the space is right now for what that cost would be. So that would be helpful to know as we would go into discussing the potential rezoning of all or a portion of it, right? And then, what was I gonna say? I agree. I am looking forward to having some opportunity to speak with the aviation attorney. It's helpful. At the time when we originally had them here,
It was
we didn't
really
quite have our
late.
questions together. It was late. I feel bad. But I think staff has brought that back onto our agenda.
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem, it's on next Monday's meeting, 6/24. And we're scheduled right now to do that in pre-meeting because the attorney will Zoom in. She's based in Nashville. So, when we finish at 11:30 or so at nighttime, it's even later for her. But yeah, we're going to have her online for the pre-meeting next week.
Okay. Well,
If you have questions, send them to me, and I'll ask them for you, so it's on
Okay.
record.
thank you.
Mhm.
And then I just wanted to thank staff for organizing the Heritage Church Ranch Apartment conversation. Really enjoyed that. And as a note, remember I will be out of the office starting this Wednesday through next Wednesday, so I will miss the meeting for next week.
Go
Thanks.
have fun.
Thank you.
Counselor Zadi?
Yeah, just wanted to ask, similarly on wards, I think we need to start communicating that a lot more. even if we don't know, we need to communicate that we don't know what the next steps are, because I think there's an increasing number of residents who are hearing about us doing something on wards and they don't know what's going on. We need to use this project as an example, I think, of how we are trying to get better on communication and transparency and accountability, because a lot of residents are now like, hey, especially to me, like, hey, Opie, you said you were gonna be transparent on wards. If we ever do wards, what's going on? So I'm like, well, I don't know what's going on. So if you can give us more information, give the people more information, in all the ways that we do it, newsletters, emails, whatever, I think constant on this would be good to get ahead of that before things get worse on, public perception of the wards. And the other thing is on the dog park, I'm getting attacked by a lot of people who don't like the decision that we made. Not a lot of people, but there's one small group of people who's I'm sure I'm meeting with everyone here. There's ads on me about I want to destroy open space. The timing is obviously precarious on their ads, as we all know, but it's fascinating. I want to just make a statement and say, this council has made a lot of decisions that may not be popular, or that is popular, right? We've gone both ways from a people's standpoint. This one we heard for months from hundreds of people, not just this group of people who are now trying to lobby us, but we've heard from hundreds of people about the needs and what this park needs to be, and we made a decision. And I want to just make sure that people know that it's not personal. We're not trying to destroy open space. We're not trying to build homes in the dog park. There's a new rumor going around that we're trying to build houses there. That's not what's happening. And no level of bullying, especially I think Councilor Howe is also getting attacked in different ways too. There's no level of bullying that will work to change our minds. The way to change people's minds is conversation, it's advocacy, it's meeting with us, it's proving your case. That's how this works. So just wanted to say that. Thanks.
I had the Northwest Mayors and Commissioners meeting this last week. We talked about all the bills and how they ended up and what it means for our cities. RTD is going to be debrucing. That doesn't mean any new taxes. It just means they won't lose a huge chunk. And somebody coined there, it can get worse for RTD if they don't get debruced. So I said, well, they should pay you for that slogan because it's a good one. We have 8 for sure state ballot issues on the ballot, and it's going to get more crowded depending on signature collection. There could be up to 10 more, so there may be, just for what the state is asking, up to 18 ballot issues. People will get exhausted by the time they get down to our issues. After the meeting, some of us were talking about the bills passed and the consequences with some of the housing and whatnot. And there are thoughts out there that cities are going to just continue with their comprehensive land use plan. They understand about affordable housing. Many already have things in the plans. One city was told in one area they're to double according to this new plan, and they said there's no way. There's just no way. We have to consider water, wastewater, just so many things, and nobody's caring about that stuff. You just can't tell us what to do. So they said since the highway stuff got taken out, there's no real teeth in anything. So they just said, if they want to call us on the carpet, we'll bring up home rule, should be home rule. And if you want to go to court, we shall. We've done it before, and we've won. So that's sort of where people are laying other cities with some of those issues. Went to boards and commissions and greeted them, then went over safely and didn't speed to Heritage Senior Living. I just have to say, they had great suggestions. At one point, they were asking us about different things, and finally I said, let me ask you a question. What things would you like to see done? And they have folks that are blind, they have other impairments there, they said, we can't get to some of the things offered, but you have silver sneakers, and I don't know if there's any constraints around this, but I thought they were spot on asking, could some of our silver sneakers classes go to places like Heritage, Senior Living, and offer some classes, so we come to them instead of asking them to go wherever we're holding it. So that was great. And then you need to understand, in less than an hour and a half, I watched Officer D. Herrera follow a gentleman out the door. I did not hear him coughing, but afterwards I said, what happened here? And he said, a gentleman was coughing. I didn't like the cough, so I followed him outside. He ended up fainting, so he was able to catch him, bring him down to the sidewalk instead of falling onto the sidewalk and getting injured. His heart sort of stopped, so he had to massage while he's trying to call 911 for help. And the fire ambulance and ladder, or the truck, was there immediately. So they got him stabilized. They took the resident away. It wasn't 10 more minutes later, I see cop cars, boom, boom, boom in there, and I'm going, what is going on tonight? And so that was with a restraining order. So D. Herrera went out and told them to go that way instead of coming through all of us. And so they had to make an arrest. And 10 minutes before we were done, here comes fire department and ambulance again, and somebody had had a stroke. So it was a busy night there, not just for what we were doing, but I appreciate Officer D. Herrera being there and especially taking care of that one gentleman that could have really been injured. So great night. They had great suggestions. I know Sarah wrote everything down, so, but I just really liked when they said, can the silver sneakers come to us? And I don't know that answer. I don't know if there's restrictions or why we can't do that, but I'm sure any of our senior living places would love it. So.
What are silver sneakers?
Silver Sneakers lets myself get into our rec centers for free, and I don't pay to go work out. And they also have special classes for seniors to help you with not falling and your mobility and that kind of thing.
Thank you.
Yeah. And it's paid, your insurance has it. Like, my insurance says, here's your Silver Sneakers number if for some reason I'm traveling or something and they don't have me plugged into their stuff, so, yeah.
And one more thing, Mayor, they also mentioned the electric bike ordinance, if we can.
Oh,
can
yes.
consider
Well,
that.
there was so many things that they had. I'll let Sarah bring all of those things to fruition, but yeah, they have all of that open space, that Big Dry Creek, that it's just been done there, that's going on to the park. And of course, are we putting pollinators there? Are we putting trees in? Da. And I hope that somebody, well, D. Herrera heard about the gas station across the street that's allowing unhoused to stay there, but they're building bonfires at night. That's
Okay.
gas station and bonfires.
They also think they're doing drug deals, remember that?
Right. So
Okay.
I said, you need to have a national night out so that your officers and firefighters come. Well, we are. And I said, then these are the things you discuss. You point out that, you point the storm drainage. I said, you do everything. So I said, that's what National Night's for. So, and they are having one. So it was a great night. It was fun. Yeah.
I just, if it's okay, did you finish?
I'm done, yeah.
Okay. The zoning got brought up for, the dog park, and, I wanna be really careful. I don't know what kind of options we might have, but one of the things that I agreed with, Counselor Demott and Counselor Azadian, and Counselor Ireland had even brought it up too, is, we didn't want to immediately, take the dog park away. We thought there were other things we could try first. So if we spend, a year or two trying to fix the different issues and we discover that we still need to reduce it because it's not working or doing what it's intended to do, I want the option, because I just didn't think it was good for it to be like the first option. I think it should be like the last option. But if we get down to that point and everything else we're trying isn't doing enough, and it turns out we might have to shrink it at some point for conservation, we need to be really careful with our zoning so we have that option. So I don't know if we do some sort of like trial for a year or two, or what that looks like with zoning, if we pause on the zoning until that trial is over. I just want to make sure that we're being really smart about the zoning in case the things that we're wanting to try first doesn't have the impact that we hope. So I just wanted to say that. That was it.
And one of those things, so the mayor keeps bringing up the question of reducing demand, right? How do we, I don't think we have an answer to that yet, but that's really interesting because you don't have to reduce supply. We can reduce the demand in some way to keep the amount, but reducing the million people that come in. And then the parking lot fee idea is interesting too. So that I think we have lots of ways that we haven't really tried to explore yet.
Yeah, but I just want to make sure that whatever we do with the zoning, it's with the future in mind.
I think you can change zoning, can't you, anytime?
Yeah.
Okay, I just wanted to bring it up.
Perfect. Anything else? City managers report.
All right, good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, councilors, ladies and gentlemen that are in attendance, anybody who might be watching online. Next slide, please. So we just wanted to provide everybody with a quick update on our Westminster Sustainability Center. That's the, quote, new recycling collection point for the city at 91st and Harlan. If you remember, we had previously 4 collection sites for recyclable materials around our city. A picture in the lower right-hand corner shows what those normally looked like after a weekend. Just became junky and collections sites for anything and everything, not just recyclables. So council in 2022 tasked the staff to look at a centralized singular location that would better serve the community. And so we did find that in a portion of a warehouse at 91st and Harlan. There's a picture of that on the upper right-hand side. That's in operation here a couple weeks ago. But we're hitting almost 60 days of operation. Things are going very, very well. Demand has been on the weekends very, very high with 300 customers, on average over the weekends. I will tell you that the 4 recycling sites, collection sites around the community have all been officially closed. The dumpsters have been taken away, and last time I checked, there were signs that said, if you got recyclables, please take them to 91st and Harlan. Those have been removed, and now everything comes to our centralized site. One thing that we did get a request from the clientele that had been bringing their recyclable materials is they wanted one weekday that the hours were extended. Excuse me. And so we extended the Wednesday hours this summer from 9 a.m. to 5:30 p.m. And so we'll see whether that's valuable to the community. But that started here in June. And then I just wanted to point out some of the data points on the hard to recycle materials. And so remember, single stream, all your normal stuff that you'd recycle at your house that would go in a dumpster or a collection bin, that stuff all gets taken care of in their single stream recycling site. But there are hard to recycle items that you can actually bring to the site. You may pay a little bit for that extra level of service based upon what it is, but just check this out. So this is during the month of May, so the first full month of operation. 9,959 pounds of electronics turned in, 113 pounds of shoes, 840 cans of paint, 148 pounds of fire extinguishers, 401 pounds of film, 126 pounds of ink and toner, and 281 pounds of hard to recycle large plastic items. And so very much success at this point. We think that after about 90 days, maybe 120 days, things will start to balance out, but right now our numbers are running very, very high. But the community seems to be responding well to that centralized collection site. Next slide, please. A Westie win, and so we had 2 of our navigators that received the SWAP Summit Award. So this past May 30th, at the SWAP Summit, Almost Home issued our City of Westminster the Rock Star Award. And so our 2 navigators, Haley and Chrissy, they're the ones who fulfill that role for us in interacting with our homeless population. They do a great job. They're very much appreciated and respected within the community. And this was recognized for this past winter's cold weather season. But we just want to make sure that we recognize all the great work that our navigators do throughout the year. But nice job by our navigator team. Next slide. Some things to know this week, Wednesday, June 19th, 7 to 8:30 p.m. City Council Chambers is the Special Permits and License Board meeting. And then we have a partner event with Orchard Town Center called Orchard Till Dark, and it runs throughout the summer, June 21st through September 20th. It's the 3rd Friday from 4 to 8 p.m. at Orchard Town Center. Encourage folks to go out and do some of that, maybe a little bit of shopping and some entertainment and enjoyment of that town center. City Council meeting, next one is Monday, June 24th, a week from tonight, right here at 6:30 in Council Chambers. Next slide. Information only item this evening is Proposition 123, Implementation and Affordable Housing Activities Update. I would just remind the council that council approved that a year ago, and so I asked the staff every 6 months to provide an update on Prop 123 and our affordable housing projects. And so that's what you all received in your information only items. And so we did one in December, here's our June, and we'll just keep on that schedule. Next slide. And as always, encourage folks to contact us. If you want to call the city manager's office, you can do that at 658-2006 or email me directly, mfreitag@westminsterco.gov. And we encourage you to like us on Facebook, follow us on X, check us out on Instagram, or ring our bell at Nextdoor. As always, we want to be accessible, responsive, transparent, and accountable. If any questions, that's all I have this evening.
I just have a question. I know that when I visited the recycle center, they said we have a grant that we'll be getting a truck to fill, and people don't have to pay for a mattress, dropping off mattresses.
Okay.
And
That's great.
when it's filled, they take it, get it emptied, they'll be back. I mean, but I don't know, when that gets started, can we advertise that? Because people don't know how to get rid of, and nobody takes mattresses.
I dropped off some mattresses at another collection site. It was $25 a mattress, so that got pricey real quick.
Yeah.
So, yeah, we'll make sure we do
She
that
talked
there.
about this grant, and so I thought, well, I haven't heard anything yet, but I just think it's a good opportunity for our community and a good way to get rid of it.
Absolutely.
Counselor Azadi?
How are we collecting feedback? I think, I remember seeing, was there a box there that's like submit feedback?
There was
Is that what
like
it
a
is?
suggestion box or feedback box, yes.
Because I think like exit polling of some kind, right, where if folks were coming in and maybe more verbal, just asking them if they have suggestions, because we hear suggestions all the time as to, right? But what I wanted to say was related to how we are increasing the demand. So have we thought about things like community competitions and things like that, where it's like the number of, things you can, to get people like more excited about the center
Okay.
versus it being a takeaway, because some folks are perceiving it as, well, you took away the convenient proximity. So to counter that, I think we can figure out a way of making this, of showing the benefits of having a centralized
Sure.
in a fun way that can possibly build community.
We can certainly look at that. I think that the key difference between what we're offering now and what we offered before was that hard to recycle turn-in.
Yeah, and that's a huge
That's
benefit,
huge.
right? So if we can like wrap that around with a fun competition or
see
something,
what we can do.
that could be cool.
Thank you, Counselor.
Mayor Pro Tem?
One, totally into that. That would be super fun. Do like get a neighborhood grant going for betterment, that would be, for whoever wins. But two questions. One, with the hours extension on Wednesday nights, just knowing I work until 5 and just trying to get home and grab stuff and then get there till at 5:30. I'm just curious if there's something that we could look at a little bit later, 6 or 7 o'clock for people to be able to get there.
Sure.
So-
We can certainly take a look at it. This was, mentioned, 3 weeks ago, and we made the change, and so, I'm sure if there's demand for folks to come in the evenings, we could certainly do that.
Okay, because I don't know how much you're gonna see at 5:30 versus 3:30, because those who work, they work. And then the other question I had, you had shown us the numbers for May, and I'm just curious how that relates with what we were collecting with the dispersed sites.
Yeah, those numbers were all hard to recycle, which we didn't do at the dispersed sites, and that's May was our first number, so that will serve as our baseline to be able to track, increases or decreases, but we don't have really a month's worth of data prior to that, because they only opened on, April 26th or so, so.
Okay. Well, aside from those hard to recycle, do we have numbers that kind of help us know whether, how
for the
this
single
is,
stream?
how this single site is related to the dispersed
Yeah,
sites?
we can certainly, try and figure that out. I would imagine we have some kind of metric, but I don't know for sure.
Okay.
I'll follow up.
Thank you.
Counselor Hott?
Yeah, I just wanted to make a couple comments. Those numbers are really, really awesome. That's really, really exciting. So super excited seeing that about our new sustainability center. And then also just want to say, because you recognized our navigators, I am more and more impressed learning about the staff we have. We really have some top-notch, like our navigators. We have award-winning, our firefighters are award-winning. We have an award-winning budget. We've got our, city clerk that was just recognized. And I'm just really, really impressed with the quality of staff that we have. So I just wanted to say that.
Thank you. I'll share that.
I see no other questions, but I'm going to take the privilege. Many of you are new and may not know former Counselor Ann Merkel, but there she is, sitting right there. And I never got to work with her, but when I did come to council meetings and watch her and do things with her as a community member, and she is a counselor. Thanks for being here tonight, but I just wanted people to know. I just wanted people to know who you were. Okay. We have the presentation of a concept plan for Uplands Filing 3, parcel C1, located on the southeast corner of West 88th Avenue and Federal Boulevard. Do you have something to say before I have to read all my stuff? The first concept plan review tonight is for Uplands Filing 3, C1, located at the southeast corner of 88th Avenue and Federal Boulevard. This is a concept review plan. It is not a hearing on a development application. Its purpose is to allow City Council to learn about a proposed project in its beginning stages and provide feedback to the applicant on City Council's general impressions of the proposal. In accordance with the Westminster Municipal Code concept plan, reviews occur after City staff complete the pre-application review for a proposed project, but before staff perform a technical review for the project. Technical review, which involves an official application for an ODP, PDP, or amendment thereto, will occur only if the applicant chooses to move a project forward after its concept plan review. As part of our review process tonight, city staff will provide a brief introduction, and then the applicant or its representative will present an overview of the applicant's development proposal. City Council may then ask questions of the applicant and provide the applicant feedback on the proposal. City Council comments on the proposal are gratuitous in nature and not binding on City Council, the Planning Commission, city staff, or the applicant. Welcome.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, City Councilors. John McConnell, Planning Manager, here tonight to provide you with the introduction to this concept plan review. This project's located on the southeast corner of West 88th Avenue and Federal Boulevard, and this is located in the Upland Subdivision Filing Number 3. This project includes a portion of Parcel C1. Parcel C1 is Zone Plan Unit Development, or PUD, as well as surrounding properties to the south, east, and west. To the north is Federal Heights. The comprehensive plan designation is commercial mixed use. Surrounding land use designations include commercial mixed use neighborhood, commercial, public quasi-public, and suburban multifamily. This proposal includes redesignating 10 acres of parcel C1 from commercial mixed use to 2 acres of commercial and 8 acres of urban multifamily. The current condition, as you see, is on the left side of your screen. The proposed condition is on the right side. And this will accommodate retail commercial development on the hard corner and multifamily development without a commercial land use on the remainder. The applicant would also prepare a PDP amendment that would amend the sub-area boundaries in parcel C1 and the land use chart. Notice was provided for this concept plan review tonight. The applicant posted 4 signs on the property and mailed 1,001 notice letters. The notice was also posted in the Westminster window, and all required notifications took place on or before June 7th, 2024. And for the applicant to pursue development of this property, they would need to process a comprehensive plan amendment and a preliminary plan amendment application for consideration by City Council. So this concludes the staff introduction, and the applicant's ready to present their concept plan to you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, Councilors. Thank you very much for this opportunity to present to all of you. I'm Marcus Pockner. Kaylee Gillespie and myself will give a co-presentation here to walk through this proposed amendment. Next slide. We have the rest of our team here as well to provide any questions or answer any questions or provide additional perspective. Next slide. Just for a little context on what John shared there, this is the overall parcels of Upland. So parcel A, the larger parcel, B, C. Remarkably, I think we have focused a great deal of energy on C in the last number of months. It's really been the focus. There's been a lot of activity, and we're here to talk about a potential comp plan change amendment here on C1, B, and C, and I'll show the rest of the site around it. Next slide. This is that notice we provided. I think it's always helpful to show the perspective. That's a lot of catches the Shaw Heights neighborhood and also Prospectors Point, which is immediately to the east of our proposed site. Uplands update, we always give you an overall kind of sketch update of what's happening so you understand the context of this. I would say as we go to the next slide, I just want to thank the staff again. We had a number of council members attend the second quarter meeting in May. Had a great crowd from the community. We're able to answer kind of more construction schedule of what's going on. A lot of those construction schedules and questions come from this map, right? What is happening? As you see now in parcels A, B, and C, there are now 4 neighborhoods that have been approved, right? So 4 specific neighborhood plans. There is overlot grading that is happening across the whole site. And of course, the blue, you see the water improvements, the green is storm drainage improvements, and then the sanitary sewer off of 84th and Shaw Boulevard. So it really gives a perspective for people of the process we're working through. As you can see on the east side of Federal, that is the focus area tonight. So we'll provide this general overall update, but then also kind of transition to the southeast corner of 88th and Federal. Next slide. This shows that kind of focus area, again, just about 10 acres as John mentioned on C1, but it shows what's being proposed around it to really sets the stage. So Maker is an affordable housing developer that you all know that has a pending application. The St. Charles Town Company was an affordable project that was approved, and then Crown Point, of course, is the great school that is expanding on the north side of 86. So it shows the surrounding context of this 10-acre site. Next slide. This is one we wanted to be sure and mention. We talked about it in great detail at the community meeting, the quarterly meeting, because we're so happy to share that on the PLD, that 34.3 acres and the view corridor, we have now completed, Uplands has completed the entire transfer of all of the land and all the PLD monies that were owed. So that entire transaction has occurred, and 40-plus acres has now either been transferred to the city or the PLDs have been paid. We think it's a great opportunity to work with the community and really reflect a lot of what we heard from neighbors overall. I would note just north, or kind of the northeast of this site, we're dedicating a 3-acre site of PLD. We're adding, it says turnaround and parking, it basically becomes a trailhead there that we're adding in our C2 neighborhood that was approved. And then, of course, it opens to Highland Hills, to Cavendish Park there. Really a remarkable open space that people can't access today from this site down 88. So really a great infrastructure. As we transition here on this slide, it shows that fabric of the pedestrian, the neighbors coming to this site. Today you cannot walk to that, but it shows the dark red is a 10-foot multi-use trail. The burgundy color is an off-site trail, so really extending that trail connection. And then you see an 8-foot sidewalk on the east side of Federal and a 10-foot on the west side. You also see that new full movement intersection at 86th and Federal, right at Crown Point. So it starts to show you that this area really is defined by 86th and 88th, and the focus on that profound infrastructure improvements along 88th to really connect this neighborhood to make it a full 20-minute neighborhood, connecting it to the great open space that is just to the north of this site. Next slide. Just in context, and I'll be really careful here, I just wanted to show you that the land uses, the pedestrian improvements, the infrastructure improvements, and then the actual proposed and or approved site plans that are adjacent to this 10-acre site. So again, just showing Maker, that is an affordable housing development that they are moving through the approval process. The park that's been dedicated, the 3-acre, the St. Charles Town Company that is approved now for affordable housing units, existing Panorama Point, which all of you know, those are condos, right, that have developed many, many years ago. It's a condo development that was able to be built, and then the Crown Point expansion. It does show in dark red here what we're denoting as a commercial use, right, commercial only, and then roughly the 8-acre site that we'd like to have as exclusively multifamily. And we're going to talk a lot about why we're doing it, but it shows it in context of the site plans. Next slide. To do that, as John mentioned, we are asking for 2 things. We are talking about an amendment to the 2040 comp plan that was adopted, and then of course correspondingly we'd have to do a PDP amendment to the Uplands plan. So those are the 2 separate applications. Kaylee will walk us through those applications, and I'll come back and talk about a few of the issues that we've heard from council during this process. Kaylee.
Thank you, Marcus. Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and Council. My name is Kaylee Gillespie. I'm with Norris Design, and I'll be leading you through our intentions of these applications. First, we'll walk through the amendment to the 2040 Comprehensive Plan. As Marcus outlined, we are focusing our attention on the C1 planning area of the Uplands community. This area is generally located between 88th, Federal, Decatur, and 86th Avenue, outlined in white on the screen in the purple color. Under the current comp plan, this area is designated as commercial mixed use, which recommends multifamily, retail, commercial, and office as primary uses. Residential density is permitted up to 36 dwelling units per acre as long as a minimum commercial FAR of 0.1 is provided along with the residential uses. We understand the goals of the 2040 Comprehensive Plan. Due to the market, we have experienced the following challenges. With residential development of this parcel, it is required there also be 43,780 square feet of commercial as part of the mixed-use development. For comparison, the vacant grocery building located just to the south in Summit Square is approximately 50,000 square feet. The extent of this commercial requirement has deterred mixed-use and multifamily developers from pursuing this site. Not only in the sheer volume of commercial a deterrent, the location of the site limits the viable commercial leases. It is found that a third-party analysis that ground leases, not vertically integrated buildings, were more desirable, and traffic patterns at this intersection were less than ideal. Thus, to date, the land remains vacant without either commercial or residential interests to meet the Westminster's 20-minute neighborhood goals. These challenges are not just our opinions, but are rooted in what we've seen in our marketing efforts over the last few years. In particular, in spring of 2023, we marketed the site to over 5,100 developers and investors. This included mixed-use, retail, hospitality, senior housing, multifamily, and medical office developers. Of that group, a total of 6 multifamily developers showed initial interest, but all moved on due to the extensive commercial requirements tied to the comp plan designation. Outside of this effort, one non-solicited gas provider expressed interest. We've also enlisted the assistance of the CBRE Capital Markets to help shed some light on the commercial viability of the site location. Their findings were generally not supportive. They classified the intersection of 88th and Federal as a B-/C compared to the primary intersection, or A classification, of the intersection at 104th and Federal. As mentioned earlier, the current retail appetite is for small pads, ground leases being preferred, versus vertically integrated mixed-use buildings. Inline retail is virtually non-existent in the greater market area given the high cost and construction demand in capital markets. And when it does return, someday in the future, those types of developments are more likely to occur at intersections producing higher traffic volumes than this location. The most likely development potential in the future is likely to come as commercial pad sites, which require a full or three-quarter movement intersection. The existing commercial land around Uplands and within the city tells a similar story. There are multiple vacant commercial buildings located within the adjacent blocks of the Uplands community. Just to the south at the corner of 84th and Federal, highlighted in red on the right-hand side of the screen, is a grocer, a small inline lease, and an office building. In fact, over the whole of Westminster, there is an estimated to be over 1.3 million square feet of vacant retail and office buildings, as noted from the commercial analysis on the city's website. Based on what we just walked through, by decoupling the commercial land uses in multifamily, it broadens the opportunities while providing the same uses to meet the goals of the 2040 comp plan. By designating commercial, showing in red in the image on the right for C1B, and urban multifamily shown in brown for C1C. This amendment accomplishes many things. It retains the ability to have both commercial and multifamily residential development here in this location. It removes the burden to have it be developed as fully commercial while preserving the commercial as its most viable location. It removes the pressures of having to include commercial as part of the multifamily development, thus making it more marketable to residential developers. It reduces the amount of traffic by more than 1,300 trips a day, and it retains similar development standards for land use types, building heights, and densities, while activating Federal and the future bus rapid transit. This amendment also supports many of the goals the city has outlined as part of their 2017 Housing Needs Assessment and the 2040 Comprehensive Plan. The following include locating residential densities along the east side of Federal, as noted in the Westminster Heights transition area. Goal ER3 recommends mixed-use development along major commercial corridors, promotes walkability, improved access to the transit, and will promote a catalyst for revitalization and improved conditions throughout the community. Goal ER4 recommends a balance of land uses and redevelopment that support a diverse economy. In summary, not only would this adjustment to the comprehensive plan make this area more marketable by decoupling the commercial requirements from multifamily development, it also creates rooftops to provide much-needed housing and further support existing and future retail success. The second application we are pursuing is the PDP amendment. The PDP amendment is also needed to decouple the commercial and the residential requirements and establish definitive locations and development standards for these two land uses. It is our intention to define approximately 2 acres in the northwest corner of C1C as commercial, while the remaining approximately 8 acres defined as residential. Currently, the PDP allows for an additional 300 residential units across PA C1. The PDP amendment would allow up to 289 units to comply with the comp plan, but allows this much needed housing to be built sooner. Building heights would generally remain the same, allowing for 5 stories for the residential portion and reducing to a maximum height of 3 stories for the commercial. And the comprehensive densities are adjusted to a maximum 0.45 FAR. Other adjustments to the PDP will include changes to reflect the plats for Crown Point Academy expansions, shown as 1D, and Maker mixed-use development noted as 1A. Through this amendment, we will adhere to the commitments within the original PDP by providing street and utility improvements and park requirements. This concept plan, although still very much conceptual in nature, outlines how these two amended areas could potentially be developed. 1B in the top left shows a commercial pad site utilizing the hard corner of 88th and Federal to its marketing and traffic count advantage. And just below that, 1C envisions a multifamily community anchoring the mid-block space between 87th and 86th Place. Both developments would have parking generally internal to the site and create an activated corridor along Federal that generates future ridership for the bus rapid transit, while encouraging the principles of a 20-minute neighborhood, such as access to mix of market rate and affordable housing, parks, schools, and commercial, all of which are provided within Uplands as a whole. With that, I'm going to hand this back to Marcus to outline how these changes tie back to our overall water usage for the larger Uplands community.
Great, Mayor and Councilors, we'll be really brief, just wrapping up these final few slides. I want to point out, we always come back to water conservation. It was the basis of the Uplands plan. I'll just point out again that, as you know, the allocation was for 778 acre feet. We committed and will absolutely honor a reduction of 100 acre feet on that, so 678. As you all know, that's Water Sense and Water Smart, right? Water Sense on the land itself, how we implement that, and then Water Smart, the appliances that we use. So it's both intentional inside and outside. We are also already showing some reductions to that 678 within our PDPs that have been approved, right? So we're improving on that reduction of 100 acre feet. I want to be sure and show we went through a very specific PDP analysis of this proposed change. What does it result in? It shows an increase, a net change of 0.2 acre feet on this site. The reason for that is it's simply the same uses that are being utilized on the site. So we wanted to be sure we're still in that. And one way to confirm that is staff has been very fair about going through this. There would be no changes to the utility, sewer, or drainage or infrastructure that's proposed for this area. Again, the infrastructure that we have designed in the original PDP would be consistent with this comp plan change. Next slide. I won't go through the approval criteria, but a couple of things that I really want to point out. Folks, we think this is really good news, and I want to be sure how sensitive we're trying to be to tax revenue as well. We know how important bringing in tax revenue is and sales tax. I point out the first bullet there on approval criteria 2. Does it serve a substantial public purpose? We are creating a 20-minute neighborhood with nearby amenities. I think Parcel C has really shown this is going to be a terrific neighborhood. I think this is the most complete neighborhood that I've seen transformational change on this. And then also in point 1 on number 3, we are supporting the proposed nearby commercial and existing adjacent commercial. We believe our rooftops are actually what is going to make Summit Square change, right? That existing retail that's up and down Federal, we want to support that, right? And I think that rather than having competing retail to that, we want to support that. So again, it's not that we don't think this use is correct, it's the way the code works now that we have to decouple them. We're getting a lot of use now to bring forward housing, but just not the interest in the commercial unless it's detached or disconnected and has a standalone pad. All of these, we think we're very consistent. We can go through, if we go to the next slide, just pointing out, we went through a lot of detail on this, made a separate submittal, but just again showing that will not negatively impact the area or the design capacity. Staff is not suggesting any changes to those public services or infrastructure. So again, we think we're meeting all the prior commitments. Next slide. It also shows, of course, in the approval criteria for a PDP, many of the same things. We want to balance the need of the community with the viable needs of future development. So again, how do we support our surrounding area and bring forward, again, all the elements that move this community forward? Next slide, and we'll close here. I think, again, no change in performance standards, no change to the proposed circulation. It actually creates all of that same fabric. It just decouples that. We, again, believe this is a really prudent change that the market has shown what wants to be there because of the road pattern. I'll show you this. We'll end on this slide. It really shows in summation. We are using the same two uses that were allowed. We're just decoupling them. So we're showing commercial and multifamily. It provides the housing now. We have a lot of interest in the multifamily now, but there's not, it goes away if it's required to have 40,000 square feet of retail below it. It also makes Federal be a true BRT street. It puts homes that really address 86 and the future BRT line there. And again, that complete neighborhood, something we all talk a lot about in the comp plan, doesn't change that. We're delivering the gridded straight network and that great open space to the north of this site. So that's a lot, but we just wanted to show kind of the analysis we have gone through to look at this. We certainly would love to hear your feedback on it, but this is the way that we can bring both of these uses forward simply by decoupling them and being more consistent on a map on how to bring them forward. Thank you very much.
Mayor Pro Tem?
All right, thank you for that presentation.
Sure.
I have some logistical questions first about the, that actually can be best pointed out on this map. I'm trying to understand the school and the access to the existing condos and their access to Federal Boulevard at the future lights, and how, you know, with the school expanding to the north, how does that work? Is there still going to be traffic running through the middle of that school? And then if there isn't, then the opportunity for the existing condos to be able to have that access to the light and for left turn movements. Can you kind of walk through that?
Sure. So, Counselor, you know this is just a conceptual site plan, right, on the two sites that we've laid out. But with these arrows, which you understand really well, we're showing the access points. So Decatur, as you all know, is the first street, and then Clay Street, that on both sides of Prospectors. So it shows if this came to fruition, the commercial pad would be primarily accessed off of 88th, right? That would be the access point. Although if I were going northbound on Federal, I could come in off of 87th, the right in, right out only, right? So I could turn into that. Either side of the retail could be accessed, and so could the multifamily. Multifamily could be accessed by 86th Place or 87th. And then, of course, south of here, as you know, the bottom of that picture is the full movement intersection. The challenge, Counselor, and this isn't the question you're asking, but we see that middle piece. If you have that as commercial, it's just the challenge of getting in and out of that, right? It's more, it's not inline. It's kind of harder to access from a retail standpoint. But this is at least how we show the access points to the commercial and residential.
So I guess I'm more, actually, so this question is a little more focused on the school
Itself.
and the safety of expanding north of an active street, and
Sure.
just knowing that people have kids that will probably go to both, even if they're separating the ages. You know, just having, so the conflict points that are being created there with the school being on either side of the street. Has anyone thought about that?
I'm going to have you sit here.
I'm gonna, Bonnie DeJellic with Peak Development. I'm gonna be brief with the answer just because I know Crown Point is coming in front of you guys with their official development application, so I want to be sensitive to that. And I know they've worked closely with staff on those access points, but this specific parcel they requested because of its proximity to the existing building. So I know they've put a lot of thought into how those connections can be made, and also that's why we included the West 86th Place right-of-way dedication, so that there'd be improved access north of that as well. But I think they would be best at answering the specifics of the safety of how those two school parcels will interact with each other.
Okay, I appreciate that. just know, be prepared, you're gonna have
Yeah.
those questions.
We'll give them a heads up.
Okay, all right, I guess I'll just jump into, I had a few other questions, but I'll jump into this particular concern I have. So with the change to just the corner as commercial, and knowing you probably got some sort of application from Quick Trip or whoever is, the flavor of the day gas station, and that's probably the thing that would go there, I'm a little concerned about the quality of that retail in relation to all the housing we'd be putting there. I'm not excited to see a pad site, and I'd rather we lead with vision versus respond to market at that corner. And I would rather see the whole thing turned into residential than sacrifice and put subpar commercial that is only going to detract from the walkability and from the visual quality of this site in this corner. Not excited to see, likely, again, a pad drive-through gas station there. So that would be my preference, to just nix that corner as commercial. Focus your commercial energies on the type of commercial we want to see and on the most viable opportunity for that. With respect to the breakdown of the type of residential there, I am getting concerned that we have a lot of our, and I voiced this before, all of the affordable housing in just one spot. And so I would love to see this be something that is market as well. Not that I don't love affordable housing, but again, I want to see an integrated and diverse mixed income area. And so that would be my concern there. And then I just had one quick question regarding, sorry, just making sure I wrote it all down. Just maybe this is for staff, the public land dedication that we have there. I know we have the park that's just up to the northeast, but that's not in Westminster, right?
Correct.
And so this public land dedication, because of all the density that's existing and then that we're adding to this area, is that going to be a park to serve our dense neighborhoods, or is that going to be just open space?
I don't know that it's programmed yet, but do you have any insight on that?
Which specific?
It's
The-
3-acre PLD.
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah, it's officially dedicated. The city owns that land. We haven't seen or heard any initial design concepts for that. My understanding is staff will lead a public design discussion for that, what that public land dedication looks like. But like Marcus says, we've been working closely with Highland Hills on how to both get kind of that trailhead and pedestrian connections up to that. So even though it's not in the city of Westminster, these residents will have access to both this public land dedication and also the Highlands Hills Parks to the north.
Okay, actually having like some type of community garden or something there with all the people that would be there, that would be a really cool opportunity. Okay, I think I've said my piece.
Counselor Ireland?
So I saw that when it was commercial, it's able to do 5 stories, and now residential, you're doing 5 stories. Isn't our code say 3 stories for residential? No? 40 feet?
Yeah, we're being consistent. The height for the larger site on parcel C is 5 stories. We're maintaining that. What we're doing is just reducing the height of just the commercial pad. So that is consistent with how we laid out the PDP.
So is this
So we're
Prospect
showing
Point,
it.
how tall are those?
Pardon?
How tall is this Prospect Point existing multifamily?
They're primarily 3-story as well, 3-story. It is the same height we are proposing, actually a reduction on the commercial pad, as is in the existing comp plan and PDP.
Counselor Carmelio?
I would just like to talk a little bit about some of the responses you're getting from retailers, or what is it that you're hearing? Because it makes me concerned about the plans we have for the rest of the city, just because I think that this was the idea that we were hoping to use more mixed use in general. And so is it because it's such a small area? Is it because the traffic patterns? Or do we think that this is not a viable option that folks are pursuing? What's the greater reason that people are providing?
So I'll just anecdotally, what we're hearing, I think it's always site-specific, right? Peculiar to the site. This is an interesting site because of the limitations there, and really because of the substantial amount of existing retail around the area, right? So Summit Square, just south of there, I think we've all long talked about how do we reinvigorate that. There's also 2 parcels just north of this site, right on the north side of Eagles. So in this sub-area, there's a lot of that. I'll be careful. I certainly don't want to surmise that vertical mixed use is not working, right? I think that is in sites where it is also consistent, where there's other vertical mixed use, right? What's interesting about this pattern is that commercial Summit Square is not that type of mixed use today. I will tell you, and I want to be very clear, we are actually hearing a lot of interest in retail in our village center across the street. We are getting repeated, we are having standing meetings, we are having a lot of interest there. Part of that is access, and Counselor, part of that is also, in this case, decoupled, that it doesn't have multifamily up of it. What is the challenge? So that's kind of what we're hearing is, we like this. To Counselor Nermello's point earlier, Counselor, we're hearing kind of that neighborhood service retail, right? That's the interest that we're seeing in a pad site. So you're not incorrect about that's who we're hearing from, right? And so I will say, and just neighborhood comments have said, hey, is this going to be a marijuana shop or anything like that? There's a separation from the school. That's not a use that's allowed there. So I just want to be clear about that. But it is that type of neighborhood service, whereas across the street you can have enough density of retail that you could probably support additional uses there. So that's some of the anecdotal feedback that we're getting. But if it's a vertical mixed use here, the multifamily community completely goes away.
Okay, and then just in general, and this is just, this might be only me, but I doubt it. I think we all come from different backgrounds, and so if there's any way to make the presentations a little bit more in layman's terms, I would really appreciate it. I do hope to be an amateur expert at some point, but I'm not there yet. And so there were some, I think we said FAR, I don't know what that means. There were some other items in there, and I'm trying to keep up, and
Absolutely, we can do that.
I really appreciate it. If I come and use the network industry, nobody will know either.
Yep.
Yeah, I really appreciate it. I think I'll leave it there. I'm still trying to wrap my head around why the need is different across the street.
Yep.
And I think that we still said there's a demand for it, but yet they still want to make sure that there's not residential above the retail, even for the demand across the street.
Yep. Just to be clear, across the street, the demand is because of the light. You have
Okay.
a direct access at 86th and Federal. You can access it going both north and south, so it creates this. This is only on the east side of Federal. It's a little bit of a trapped site is what we call it. That's why commercial or retail is saying, give me the hard corner, right? Even for neighborhood scale, they want the quick in and out on Federal and 88th because you can come from both directions. So that in line, right, in between those streets is harder, but we're seeing those other uses. So I will say we are hearing from full market rate. This would be market rate multifamily that we would have here. That's what we're hearing from. They're the ones that are challenged to bring in as well, kind of that ground floor activation of retail.
Thank you.
Counselor Dumont?
I'm just trying to clarify, so on that corner, you are hearing like gas station, or you're hearing like automotive, like service, like, can you dig into that a little bit for me?
Yeah, sure. Neighborhood scale retailers, that's probably I don't want to name names, but kind of pharmacies, neighborhood scale, all of the things that we're seeing built today, right? So pad retail with parking on the east side of it, so that type of thing. I don't know, we had the offer on a gas station, but we're looking at this as more neighborhood scale, neighborhood services.
And I mean, I specifically asked because I know Caddy Corner, there's a gas station, so
Yes, sir.
I'm
There's a
curious if
lot
there's
of,
demand to have
Yeah.
gas station across from a gas station.
there's a lot of gas station up and down Federal, respectfully, right? So that's why we were like, hey, literally, that is the only offer we received out of 5,000 solicitations, which is pretty remarkable. Sir, I guarantee we'd get more offers if that was a use that was pursued. We thought the commercial was appropriate because it is the hard corner. We aren't fighting that idea of having other residential there. I think we could have residential use in that site for sure on that corner.
I guess the only other thing that I would say is, the Mayor Pro Tem's comment about market. My concern about not letting the market drive it is, I mean, look over there, look at all the empty space. So, I mean, to some extent, I'm not against what you're saying as far as vision, because we do want it to be unique. But I also don't want to see another empty building of some sort. So, I mean, if and I don't know how you balance between those two things, because I hear your concern, but I guess I just have a concern about us having more empty space. So, but otherwise, I don't have any other comments.
Counselor Hott?
Yes, thank you. I have seen areas of Westminster where businesses have difficult access, and it's rotating businesses, is what I've noticed. To me, this makes a lot of sense. I do like being able to build sooner. I'm sure the faster you finish the project, I'm sure that the neighbors would be happy. And also, the sooner we're able to build, the less expensive the homes are. I do like Mayor Pro Tem's idea of, instead of an amendment to decouple, maybe just changing it to all residential. Because we do have that business just north. I'm very, very familiar. I used to walk 88th because I worked at the hospital and I didn't have a vehicle, so I took the bus, and so I used to walk that a lot. And so we do have those businesses that are just north, that Mayor Pro Tem had mentioned, we could support that. And I also agree with Mayor Pro Tem about mixed income neighborhoods. The more we can mix that together instead of separating, I think I like that as well. But we definitely, with our housing assessment, we definitely need it. The sooner we can get that done, the more affordable it becomes. And then also, a diverse economy is really important for, sustainability of the city. And so I really appreciate that part as well, especially if we do all residential, being able to support the businesses that we do have, because I know some of them have been struggling over the years. And so I think actually having people would help support those businesses. But those are my comments.
Sir Rosati? Mayor Pro Tem?
Just one more comment. With respect to if you do choose to do retail at the corner, if there's some way that we can at least ask for it to not be a gas station or auto-oriented use, that it's a neighborhood serving use. So that would be the main goal there. I would love it if it's a Walgreens. And yes, Walgreens do come with a drive-through, but that's an ancillary use versus it being the driving force and function of it. So that's, because I don't want to push for an inline building if it's just not gonna go there. So I'd rather just, if we can't have something nice, then we don't get some, anything at all. I'm just kidding. And then I'll just, for just your team in general, one thing we just had gone to a listening session at a senior residence, and I would love for it across the way, if we have more commercial over there, if there is an opportunity to have some senior living over there, because just crossing Federal or, just being that far away, it's kind of cumbersome, with some of the disabilities that the mayor was mentioning. So I'd love if we could put some seniors right next to the action.
Great.
Okay, thanks.
For me, we asked makers at 71st to have some spaces on the first floor. I don't think they've ever been filled. And that puts a burden on them, and it's wasted space, and it just sits there. So I don't like us telling a landowner they have to use commercial if, when you put stuff out there and get to as many people as you did, and you get one response, that tells me it's not market-driven. And so I agree with you. If it's a Walgreens or some sort of pharmacy type thing where people maybe need that are on that side of the street, and they have other things, so it's sort of a go-to. But if I wouldn't say you have to do anything, I would rather see housing there and not the market that could go bust again. You just look at the big square and what's there and how it looks and how busy it is. If it wasn't for the DMV, you wouldn't have very much. So I just am concerned when we say you have to do something and the market doesn't drive it. So and I just think of Makers, because they have a beautiful facility, but we've got that space that they can't fill. And I feel very badly for them, because that space they could have had a few more apartments put in there. So, anything else?
Thank you very
Thank
much.
you.
As stated at the outset of this concept review plan, council comments are gratuitous and do not bind or obligate the applicant, city staff, the planning commission, or city council to any course of action or future decision. So, thank you for being here.
Thank you very much.
Mayor, can we get 5 minutes?
Oh, sure. 5-minute break.
a little different.
She needs some chocolate. And for Summit Point duplexes located on the southwest corner of 82nd Place and Clay Street. The second concept plan review tonight is for Summit Point duplexes located at the southwest corner of 82nd Place and Clay Street. This is a concept plan review. It is not a hearing on a development application. Its purpose is to allow City Council to learn about a proposed project in its beginning stages and provide feedback to the applicant on City Council's general impressions of the proposal. In accordance with the Westminster Municipal Code, concept plan reviews occur after city staff complete the pre-application review for a proposed project, but before staff perform a technical review for the project. Technical review, which involves an official application for an ODP, PDP, or amendment thereto, will occur only if the applicant chooses to move a project forward after its concept plan review. As part of our review process tonight, city staff will provide a brief introduction, and then the applicant or its representative will present an overview of the applicant's development proposal. City council may then ask questions and the applicant and provide the applicant feedback on the proposal. City council comments on the proposal are gratuitous in nature and not binding on city council, the planning commission, city staff, or applicant. Welcome.
Thank you, Mayor. Greetings again, John McConnell, Planning Manager, here to provide you with the overview of the presentation. So the subject property is located on the southwest corner of West 82nd Place and Clay Street. You can see it here highlighted or outlined in red. It's just east of Cobblestone Park for reference. Summit Point is zoned Plan Unit Development, or PUD, as well as surrounding properties to the north, east, and south. To the west is Cobblestone Park, zoned O1 and PUD. The comprehensive plan designation is residential medium density. Surrounding land use designations include residential medium density, parks and golf courses, and suburban multifamily. The proposal includes the development of 46 duplexes on the remaining 5.28 acre parcel. Here you can see some renderings of the proposed two-story duplexes. Notice was provided for tonight's concept plan review. The applicant posted 2 signs on the property and mailed 1,491 notice letters. The notice was also posted in Westminster window, and all required notifications took place on or before June 7th of 2024. And for the applicant to pursue the development of this property, they would need to secure the approval of a preliminary development plan amendment and an official development plan amendment application for consideration by City Council. So this concludes the staff introduction and overview, and the applicant's here and ready to present to you.
Perfect.
That's all right.
Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, councilors. My name is Kurt Moji, and I'm here to present to you Summit Point Concept Plan, a single-family attached development, duplex. Thank you for taking time this evening to listen to our brief presentation. This is the design team. I'm here tonight
Can I
representing.
just interrupt? People are having a hard time hearing you.
Okay, speak up. This is our presentation team. I'm here tonight representing PCS Group, land planning and landscape architecture firm. Caliber Engineering is the civil engineer. West 82nd Drive LLC is the owner, and Otto Archinger is the developer and builder. Otto Archinger has been a distinguished developer and builder in the Denver metropolitan area for over 25 years, specializing in high-quality, innovative, and timeless residential designs. He focuses on neighborhood revitalization and modern living spaces. This site illustrates the project location. It is west of Cobblestone Park, north of Shadow Ridge and Random Middle School, west of high-rise condos and townhomes, and south of the cottages at Panorama Point. The site is approximately 5.08 acres. This plat shows the layout of the approved 2020 overall development plan for 40 townhomes. The vehicular circulation connects to the existing townhomes to the east, with residential units facing streets and open space. These alignments are maintained in the proposed site plan. This slide illustrates the proposed site plan, featuring 46 duplex units with a density of approximately 9.1 units per acre. The layout is practically identical to the 2020 layout. It retains the original drive aisles, detention pond, and open space pocket park areas. The key changes are to the switch from townhomes to duplexes and an increase in units from 40 to 46, driven by buyer preferences for end units, which duplexes provide entirely. The duplex product also provides a transition of density from the townhomes to the north and east to the single-family detached lots to the south. Setbacks and buffers have not changed from the previous ODP, and we met with future proposals. This slide showcases the duplex units, offering 2 different floor plans and 4 elevations. Each floor plan includes 3 bedrooms, 2.5 baths, and a 2-car garage. This slide provides perspective of the pocket park, which provides a sense of community to the development. This slide provides a pedestrian scale perspective of the west entry from Clay Street. This slide provides a bird's eye view of the proposed site plan, illustrating the comparable scale of the proposed duplex to the existing townhomes and the density transition to the single family to the south. Here ends the presentation. Thank you for taking time out of your evening to listen to our presentation.
Questions? Mayor Pro Tem?
I'm glad to see that the rest of this project can sort of get finished out. Just a couple of comments on more of the design, maybe a question for staff. It looked like it was a little bit tight in terms of the spacing between the front of some of the homes and the side of the other homes. So you can see up on the north side along 82nd Place, there's a home fronting, like it looks like it's only 10 feet or so, or maybe 15 feet from the other. The building separation with the frontage of the home is a little tight.
Okay.
And same with that one over on the other east end.
Oh, on the northeast corner there?
Yeah, and then there's 3 units that are just kind of, I thought we had,
They front the side of the product, the home.
yeah, I thought we had a minimum.
We haven't done a technical review on this yet. This
Okay.
is just their concept.
I forget.
So they'll need to address those issues.
Thanks, John. Get me in my place. And then the second, well, since kind of have it up here, the only other comment I have is just pulling up and looking at the existing architecture of the townhomes, and they're a little more on the traditional side with the, like the brick and sort of more durable materials in a horizontal orientation versus the vertical. I just, not to say you have to match them exactly, but that vertical, it's just, I am a design stickler, and just having vertical durable materials with no transition and no change in the depth is just kind of, we could do a little bit better on the design. And I would suggest that orientation change to horizontal.
Okay.
And try and maintain some level of consistency with the pitch roof. I know we have different varying pitches, but just some level of continuity of architecture.
Okay, compared to the existing townhomes, is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, because we don't want to, I don't know, it doesn't seem as high level, but the design seems a little less than the existing.
Okay.
So, okay, that is all.
Counselor Ireland?
So as the code says 40 units, is that true? Existing code?
So the comprehensive plan allows up to 8 dwelling units per acre, or you, with council approval, can go up to 12 dwelling units per acre. And this proposes approximately 9 or 9 plus dwelling units per acre. So they would be within the realm of your approval.
Okay, because it does seem a little crowded to me, especially when you have single-family homes too, right there. I'm sure they can't be thrilled about it, but, so, yeah, space between them too. I don't know if that's the code, but it doesn't look like it. That's all my thoughts.
Counselor Azadi?
How affordable are these going to be? What's the market rate right now of the surrounding townhomes?
That I don't know. Otto?
I'm Otto Eichinger, by the way.
Otto can have my seat.
All right, thank you. My name's Otto Eichinger. I'm the, one of the partners. My other partner is Eric Head over here. We are, the original plan was for townhomes that had over 2,000 square foot. One of the reasons I think that plan never got off the ground was because people just can't afford a house over 2,000 square feet in that area. So we came back in and said, well, what are people looking for? Well, they're looking for end units. That's why we went with a duplex type plan. Attached units are not really doing very well right now. I can give you a perfect example because I just finished a project in the city of Centennial on the edge of Greenwood Village. Every one of our end units sold just like that. And we still got 2 or 3 units, inside units, that we're still trying to sell that have been completed now for a few months. To get back to your question, we're trying to target, the original homes would probably been close to $700,000. Well, it's just not gonna work over there. These things would probably be in the $500,000-ish range.
And do you know what the surrounding ones are, the existing?
I think that's somewhat comparable when we pulled comps, but those homes are also, 15 to 20 years old. So we are trying to bring a fresh look to the area that will also enhance the values of those existing homes.
And there's no basements in them, is that right?
No, there are not.
But there is in the ones next to them, right? Probably.
That I can't even answer. I've never been in those homes, unfortunately. So, but they are row homes, and they're just so hard to sell those interior units. It really is difficult. And we're also trying to get an eyesore out of there. This is something that we think we can develop immediately. If we can get the council's approval, this is something that we would start building on in the next few months, as soon as we got approval.
And turnaround is much faster, right, for these homes? So
Yes.
when do you think they'll be ready? Roughly?
These typically take 6 to 9 months to build out.
Well, it's a much needed unit type, so thanks for doing this.
You bet.
Counselor Hart?
Scary.
Yeah, so going back to size, I'm so glad to hear that you made them smaller, because that's what I'm hearing a lot from people who would like to buy homes. They can't afford the, 2,000 square foot homes, but, so they're hoping for some smaller homes, so, very glad to hear that. So what size, about, square feet will these be?
They'll be under 2,000 square feet. They'll be between, if I was to give you a ballpark, somewhere between 1,500 and 1,900 square feet.
Okay. I also like that, they're 4 bedrooms. A lot of homes are 3 bedrooms.
Well, these will be 3 bedroom.
Oh, I think I'm confusing.
Yeah,
what-
you missed,
what we-
yeah,
okay.
yes, these will be 3 bedroom.
Okay,
And we also try not to make them too tall. We've got a limited area there, and once you start going very high in height, it tends to make everything feel tight. So we didn't, I don't believe we ever went over 30 feet on these things.
well, I'm still glad that you made them smaller, because, it does make it more affordable. So thank you very much.
Yeah, these are a very successful floor plan that has had a lot of favorable response.
Counselor Carmelia, do you have anything?
I'll just add on, I'm not sure, if we've worked with you before, because I've only been here about 6 months, but as you heard from our prior developer, water use is a high priority for our city, and so I just was hoping to know what grass you were planning to put in, whether this is water-wise community, how are we looking at that?
We will, my background is in landscape architect and design, and so we will certainly have our ear to the railroad track with what the city would like us to do, and also what are some of the greatest xeriscape type features out there.
Okay, fantastic. As long as we're planning buffalo grass, xeriscaping, fantastic. We want to stick to the plan we've been doing.
You bet. But you still have to have the function of the park-like setting to where people want to walk out there without their shoes on.
Right.
So there's a careful balance that we'll take into consideration.
Counselor Demott?
The only thing I would say is that this is a good starter type, middle of the road product that we sorely need. So I think it helps us bring that balance that will help affordability across. So I'm glad to see this product.
If I could just piggyback off of that, there were 40 units that were originally planned and ready to start developing. The problem is that they weren't affordable. So when we take them down, when we take the square footage down to make the economics work, we had to add 6 homes. So that's why we are requesting the fact that we go from 40 homes to 46 for this site, and we will adhere to all the setbacks clearly. That's not going to be an issue.
Okay. I agree. This is a piece that is missing in the city. We need it. I know there's concepts, so I know John will keep you in line with what the city stuff says, so I have no problems with it.
Great.
Anyone else? Going, gone? I will As stated at the outset of the concept plan review, counselor comments are gratuitous and do not bind or obligate the applicant, staff, the planning commission, or city council to any course of action for future decision. I will close this concept plan review portion of the meeting. Thanks for being here.
Thanks for having us.
Watch your head.
Are you good?
No, I'm good.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
City manager, next.
All righty. Mayor, we've had some changes in some state legislation relating to planning. And so wanted to just kind of give the council a broad overview of what's out there. This will probably be, for those going to CML, this will probably be a major topic of discussion. And so wanted to make sure you all were ready and prepared to have those conversations. And so I'm going to turn it over to our planning team, but specifically Andrew Spurgeon, so principal planner.
Yeah, thank you, Mark. Good evening, Mayor McNally, Mayor Pro Tem Nirmala, City Councilors. I'm Andrew Spurgeon with the Community Services Department. And Mark did an excellent introduction. So yeah, just basically, we wanted to provide a high-level overview of 4 key bills related to how the state does planning and land use and housing, in anticipation that there may be conversations at the CML conference this week that some of you are going to be attending. And so we wanted to give you some foundational information in advance of that conference. So the 4 bills that we're talking about specifically are these. There's obviously quite a few bills that are important to the city of Westminster. There's a full briefing from the Policy and Budget Team planned for July 29th, so stay tuned for that. For the full debriefing tonight is just these 4 particular bills. HB 241152, this is related to accessory dwelling units. Basically, the bill would allow construction of accessory dwelling units anywhere where single-family detached units are permitted. There's HB 241304. This would exempt minimum parking requirements for residential or mixed-use projects with a residential component in transit areas. There's House Bill 241313, which is titled Transit-Oriented Communities. This establishes a mathematical calculation for a housing opportunity goal based on transit areas and transit corridors, and then requires zoning to be in place to meet that housing opportunity goal and administrative approval processes, as well as creation of affordability and displacement mitigation strategies. And then there's Senate Bill 24174. This prescribes contents and methodologies for housing needs assessments, comprehensive plans, the water supply plan, and formation of a housing action plan. Staff did review previous drafts of these bills earlier this year to help City Council as you formed your position on these. What's a little bit tricky is that through the legislative process, particularly in the closing days of the session, there were quite a few amendments tacked on to these amendments, and so they changed from what we reviewed with City Council earlier this year. Further analysis is needed to really articulate the range of impacts. There's also some guidance documents that the State Department of Local Affairs is developing, and so we'll have some further understanding of what the expectations are when those guidance documents are produced. I'm going to spend a minute just focusing on HB 241313 and the housing opportunity goal. We know this is of particular interest to Colorado Municipal League, and we would anticipate there'd be conversations at the conference about this bill in particular, if not all 4 bills tonight, but this one in particular. Again, this bill requires a calculation of a housing opportunity goal. They use the acronym HOG, which doesn't maybe seem like the best acronym, but that's what it is.
They tried to put lipstick on it.
Yeah. And upzoning of land to actually meet the housing opportunity goal through zoning capacity. The bill does not actually require the housing to be built. It also does not require it to be affordable. Some of the media outlets I've read talk about requiring affordable, and that's not actually a requirement of the bill. There's strategies on to promote affordability, but it's not actually a requirement. The existing housing units and zoning that's already in place, they don't really reduce the calculation based on our reading of the bill, because the housing opportunity goal is purely a mathematical calculation to determine zoning capacity, with a minimum of 15 units per acre and a maximum of 500 units per acre. The bill actually establishes a formula for how it's calculated, looking at a half-mile radius around our 4 transit stations, which are Westminster Station, the Sheridan Park and Ride, the Church Ranch, and Wagon Road Park and Ride, and then a 1/4 mile extension from our bus rapid transit corridors, which are the US 36 corridor, and then the future federal BRT, which actually hooks onto 120th and terminates at the Wagon Road Park and Ride. This is shown in attachment 2. The applicable transit area acreage is then multiplied by 40 units per acre to result in the number of units to reach the housing opportunity goal. The bill requires the State Department of Local Affairs, DOLA, to create an official map showing the transit areas by September 30th of this year. Hopefully it comes out sooner than that so we can really digest it. But absent this official map, we have taken the bill's language as we understand it and used our GIS to determine potentially 3,178 acres would be within the HOG. You multiply that by 40 units per acre, and that creates a housing opportunity goal of 127,124 units. There are exemptions spelled out in the bill, things like open space and floodplains. And so we sort of went through the exemptions, assuming we read those correctly and assuming DOLA agrees with us and how we're interpreting those, the overall acreage may be reduced to about 2,265 acres. You multiply that by 40 units per acre, it gets you to about 90,600 units. And the rezoning must be within those yellow areas shown on the map on the right. It's less than 15% of the city's land area is where that would need to be placed. Just for informational purposes, the citywide, we have about 50,338 housing units all across the city. Or for another comparison of scale, downtown Westminster is planned for 2,300 units, or the Uplands project is approved actually for 2,350 units. So just a sense of scale there. The uncertainty about the exemptions and whether the state agrees with them or not really is a wild card right now that we'll need to confirm once we get that official map later this year. The bill does provide an alternative should municipalities not be able to meet this due to water supply insufficiency. This is something that municipalities such as Westminster or elsewhere could request. There's a number of things required to do that, but basically that could be submitted to the state. The state would come back with a modified housing opportunity goal, not a 0, but perhaps a lower number. And then the city would be responsible for reporting back how we're acquiring water to close that gap and ultimately come up to the full HOG. So looking at what's required and really thinking about all 4 bills, we've begun the initial analysis of what all would need to be done. Each bill obviously has its own unique requirements, but we really looked at it from a for more of an efficiency point of view, but also from what to be transparent to our residents who are watching this. Is there's multiple bills that may require updating the comprehensive plan, but we could do a comprehensive plan update as one step to account for the different requirements from different bills. To follow the methodologies in the bills actually will require us to make substantial changes to our comprehensive plan, our water supply plan, and housing needs assessment. That would need to be redone. The work that you all saw earlier this year would have to be redone. we would need to create a new comprehensive plan land use category that allows greater density than anything we currently have in the comprehensive plan. We would also need to do a new housing needs assessment, as I mentioned, or there is an option to opt into a potential regional housing needs assessment. Ostensibly, DRCOG would be the body to take that on, but that's something down the road. Housing action plan demonstrating progress towards meeting the housing needs is a requirement in SB 24-174. And those would need to be updated every 6 years. Westminster Municipal Code and the proposed Unified Development Code that I will talk about a little more on an upcoming slide will require ordinance changes to accommodate accessory dwelling units, relaxing the parking requirements in transit areas, creating administrative approval procedures for multifamily projects, and creation of new zoning districts with greater densities than what we have in our toolbox right now. Companion to that will be to actually rezone land to achieve the housing opportunity goal, again, from 90,000 to 127,000. An administrative approval process would be required to comply with the bill. That would mean that we would not be able to bring multifamily projects to City Council, and it would also preclude us from doing the concept plan review process, which we know many of you have actually liked doing that. Both 24-1313 and 24-174 require formation and administration of affordable housing and displacement mitigation programs. So that'll require ongoing staff commitments and budget resources. The affordability and anti-displacement strategies are very prescriptive in the bill. They are subject to further guidance from DOLA, but they're very prescriptive, so we will not be able to come to you with things customized to Westminster. For example, the housing needs assessment that you all looked at a few months ago pointed out the dearth of senior housing in Westminster. That's useful, we can do stuff with that, but the state's gonna prescribe that we have to do certain other things. So just be mindful of that. This slide maps out key milestones associated with each bill and the major work products needed to come into compliance. This is where we start to see some lack of alignment between the authors of 24-1313 and the authors of Senate Bill 24-174. For example, 174 calls for identifying areas of upzoning by January 1st, 2025, but the guidance document from DOLA on 1313 for required upzoning is not due till February 28th, 2025. Or in another case, the housing needs assessment required by 174 is due at the end of 2026, but that's also the deadline to complete the rezoning for the housing opportunity goal. So the rezoning will not be informed by a housing needs assessment or responsive to whatever it finds out. Fully meeting the provisions and timing of the bills will have staffing and work plan impacts through probably year 2027, maybe beyond that, followed by a level of ongoing commitment after that to budget for and administer the required affordability strategies and anti-displacement mitigation strategies. And then the reporting requirements relative to zoning, housing, parking, and water supply. Staff's interdepartmental review has begun, and we believe the task to fully comply with 1313 and 174 will impact our current work assignments and our ability to deliver on strategic plan implementation. Related to implementing the requirements of these 4 bills is the separate Unified Development Code UDC project, which we did present to Council back on December 11th, if you remember that. The UDC is the logical place for any new or revised zoning requirements and development standards to reflect the new statutory requirements. Key concepts from the comprehensive plan that inform the UDC are the need to support infill and redevelopment, adaptive reuse, missing middle housing, accessory dwelling units, which is included in our comprehensive plan, and flexibility and administration of site requirements such as parking. We had planned to bring the UDC to you later this summer, actually, but we think we need to pause that and go back and potentially expand the scope and make sure we're meeting all the things that are required to do. But we would like to come back to you when we have that a little more figured out. So with tonight's presentation, we've tried to provide some basic information about these 4 pieces of legislation and the tasks needed to come into compliance. The greatest unknown for us is the applicable exemptions under 24-1313, and really we need to wait for that official map to help us understand the calculation of the housing opportunity goal, whether it's closer to 90,000 or 127,000 additional units, and then the guidance documents that will be coming out next year. The comprehensive plan that City Council adopted last year provided for about 8,900 additional housing units, which is about 18% growth of the city over what we have today. Our comprehensive plans historically have correlated our land use planning with our available water resources, but also the size and placement of infrastructure required to serve development. If you think of downtown Westminster or what we're doing down at Westminster Station with the TOD, there were significant investments in drainage, parks, streets, water, wastewater, and then that was codified with urban design and land uses through specific plans. The city spent about $100 million on downtown Westminster infrastructure and improvements, and $80 million in Westminster Station. Decoupling land use planning from resources and infrastructure through upzoning around transit without confidence that infrastructure and resources are in place or that they will be in the future is a departure from how the city has planned in the past. Will really put us into a first come, first serve type of approach without any ability to prioritize vision aligned projects. That's not to say that that's wrong. Lots of cities do this. Lots of cities around us do this. Thornton for years has planned for growth way out beyond E470, and they were counting on a $485 million pipeline, and that recently did get approved. I don't know how they're paying for that, but not our problem. So again, that's just another way of doing it. That hasn't been the Westminster way in the past, but there is another paradigm out there. We are not sure how the housing market or the development sector will respond to this. Will they want to go to these areas? It's hard to say at this time. Amending the comprehensive plan and rezoning to accommodate those housing densities certainly creates some efficiencies, but there's other factors that we just don't control, such as lenders and financing, the lack of any legislation to address condo defects claims, and labor availability, those things that we just can't control. We're also not sure to the extent RTD will respond with superior services. We heard the comment the mayor made earlier about maybe going out for debrucing.
And if they don't get that, there's huge pieces that will dry up.
So we'd like to continue our analysis and come back to you at a later date, but we'd really like to look at the cumulative effects of all 4 bills and then really balance the different considerations to give you our best recommendation there. So in doing so, we really want to figure out what are those impacts, what are the timing, what are your options, maybe options we haven't thought of yet. We do anticipate workload impacts within the Community Services Department, as well as Public Works and Utilities, possibly others. We are starting conversations with our neighboring communities to understand how they may approach implementation. The housing opportunity goal for Westminster will be a much higher number from what I've seen than our neighboring communities because we have really the incredible benefit of 4 transit stations and 2 BRT lines. So we have a transit advantage, but that also feeds into that formula for the housing opportunity goal. Depending on the amount of additional housing constructed, there may be other impacts down the road to things like streets, public safety, parks, recreation, libraries, other things the city does. By September 30th, we do expect the official maps, both for House Bill 1313 relative to the housing opportunity goal, but also from 1304 relative to areas exempt from the parking requirements. And that was sort of interesting because both bills are premised on transit adjacency and compact development, but the geographies of the 2 are different. They don't. The parking bill is a much tighter geography whereas the housing opportunity goal was a broader geography. So as the information tonight provided tonight is the result of really just our preliminary analysis of the four bills, and we are absent the official guidelines produced from DOLA. And without that deeper assessment, we'd recommend several steps as we move forward. First, to prioritize the analysis of these four bills, not just myself or community services, but broadly in the city organization. And then reschedule the planned UDC study session for a later time when we can talk more about what scope changes may be necessary to come into compliance with the bills. We would like to also propose bringing forward a standalone accessory dwelling unit ADU ordinance sooner rather than later. We think we could get something to you in August of this year if the stars align. It's really not necessary that we coordinate that with our Unified Development Code project anymore because the state has, the bill is pretty prescriptive and sort of defined those parameters that could be included. So we'd like to bring that to you really first, later this summer. Let's see, next slide. After bringing you that ADU ordinance, we'd like to return to City Council sometime later in 2024, after those official maps have come out from the state, and that way we can refine and or confirm the applicability of those bills and further brief on potential impacts to the bills, modification to the scope of work for the UDC, and start to introduce areas for upzoning per 174. Noting that there are conflicts between HB 241313 and SB 24174, we'd also like to return to City Council in the spring to see what the legislature maybe is up to next year and if legislative fixes are underway, or if there's potentially new bills that layer onto this that we need to talk about. And then we do expect the guidance documents from DOLA in February, so we can have those in hand to further articulate our pathways at that time, the revised parking requirements, and the necessary changes to the comprehensive plan and water supply plan under SB 24174. We would also anticipate additional check-ins with City Council, as we continue on with an eye towards full compliance by the end of 2026 as required by these bills. And that concludes my presentation. I know it's kind of a quick hit on a pretty serious topic, but.
My big question is, so what if we ignore, because what teeth are in there that hurt us? If we just go do our plan, do what's right for Westminster, we know we have affordability, we know we've already been talking about ADUs, that's not a big deal. We've talked a million things we've talked about. This paralyzes us. I want to know what are the consequences if we don't follow it? And that's what I told you I heard from other cities.
Thank you, Mayor. Lindsay Kimball, Community Services Director. Great question. So as we are still interpreting the bill and we're looking for further guidance from DOLA, currently what we believe is that while they've removed the penalty of the highway user tax from this, which would have been devastating for the city for funding streets, it still says rather nebulously that we wouldn't be able to apply for or receive any state grants. And it lists several agencies, health and housing and all kinds of different agencies like that. So we're still trying to understand and also research what the impact of that would be in terms of what historically have we received, not just for community services, but this would impact the entire city, every department pretty much. So we're still working on gathering that research of maybe we've never gotten grants from them and it wouldn't really mean anything. But we just don't know, so we need to fill in those blanks and also understand in specific definition, what do they mean by no further state grants? So that's where we are right now.
In talking with other cities, and I'm sure we're gonna hear it at CML, because we've done it before. We've sometimes taken the lead, other cities have in the past, about a lawsuit, and we've won. So this is totally local control taken out of everybody's hands and being told what to do. I mean, let's go to the public tomorrow and tell them we have to build 90,000 more units and see what their response is. Maybe they'll react to, well, it's a good year to do it, there's elections. But see what they feel about, that's the state, we don't have choices, and this is what we have to do. I don't think the public's gonna take it very well. If you think the dog park's a hot issue, let's put out there, we need 90,000 more units.
Yes, ma'am.
And I'm for local control. I'm okay with ignoring all of this and doing what we know is right. We only have so much water, that is key, and we can't go a drop over. And where in the are we supposed to be buying water? The Colorado River's oversubscribed. I mean, where? And you're not gonna be getting it very cheap if you do find any. So, sorry, Mayor Pro Tem.
Did you guys have your hands up first?
You can go first.
I just had questions. So many. I had to eat a lot of chocolate while you were talking. I was like,
Roll.
I was gonna save it for later, but I was like, it's time. I guess as you're researching the 1313, I know there was some allowance potentially being discussed about going outside of the quarter-mile area or the transit areas as prescribed to be able to fulfill the unit requirement, whatever that requirement ends up being. It's hard to think that if we say we only have this much water, that they would come back and say, no, you have
That,
this many
yeah, I
units.
just
but
found that you can go an additional quarter mile.
out, which isn't like that amazing, but okay. Okay, and just to confirm, it's still 15, so 15 DUs per acre is like the minimum in the, for those areas that they're stating, right? You can't,
That's
retain-
correct, and it could be between 15 and 500 DUs per acre. The bill doesn't say we have to rezone everything within the map that we showed you. Of course, we would be very strategic and thoughtful about what we recommend to you to accomplish the rezoning initiative. And so it's a challenge that it's a big challenge, but we're creative people, and we can work through that recommendation for you at the right time.
okay, and, where's the? Yeah, I mean, some of the, this is frustrating. I remember sitting down with staff years and years ago, figuring out how big the trunk line should be south of downtown. And it was not sized to accommodate, tens of thousands of more units. I guess the other thing too is, as we're looking at this, I think about Wagon Road and how much employment we have, and the irony is that the employment generates more ridership than residential, and, rezoning employment areas to residential may or may not generate the transit ridership we were hoping for. But with that, I am a little concerned about, what happens to our employment in these areas and our retail areas. And can we, with this analysis, if we're going down the road here, have a fiscal impact that comes with, if we are looking at potentially losing key employment and key retail sites, what is that, and then instead adding residential units, because we were talking about, the parks requirements or other types of services that we might need to expand. I'd like to understand, what does this mean? Is this good for the city, or is this pretty impactful? Is this costing us not only staff time, but actual, resiliency and fiscal stability in the future?
If I may, so 174 doesn't specifically say we have to update our comprehensive plan, but it says if you do, you have to do these things. We have to update the comprehensive plan to meet 1313. So we're brought into the requirements of 174. It actually requires a fiscal impact analysis, which is a good idea to do one, but it's actually required. So yes, we will be doing that.
Okay, and if we can sort of isolate this impact, that might be helpful if we have to argue in the future.
Mayor Pro Tem, also to your point, if I could add, this also requires that we prioritize housing. So let's say a major employer wants to expand. Macs are very close to, I'm just throwing that out there as an example, but we would have to, but you also had a multifamily coming. You'd have to prioritize the multifamily. And if you had a balance between who gets the final drop of water or resource or capacity in the sewer line, we would be forced to give it to the multifamily and not allow the employer to expand.
And I think that just even if we are able to isolate the fiscal impact of those kinds of choices, that would be helpful as well. Retail sales, I mean, think about our general fund revenues. So, okay. I don't know if I really had anything else other than that.
Counselor Ireland?
So I agree with the mayor that we need to fight this. This is Lenin, Stalin kind of stuff. I went to Moscow on a trip. This is what happened under Lenin and Stalin, and we have to fight it. The people should speak out. We should tell the people, because this is not okay. They have taken over every freedom and right we have in this city to get our own destiny. And we need to fight back. This is not okay. 90,000 units, who's living in them? We just went to an Adams County thing saying we're losing people in this state. And we're going to lose a lot more under this. They're going to flee the state like no other. This is not okay, and I hope I'm in the paper.
Counselor Camelia?
I had some, you went through a lot, first of all. Thank you so much for that summary. The ADU proposal, I know you haven't worked it out to bring it forward, but how would that be different than the proposal that we just approved recently?
Which proposal are you referring to?
We recently allowed ADUs in Westminster,
Oh, okay.
and we are talking about bringing forward a new ADU policy to council that was mentioned, I heard, to accommodate this new bill. What would the difference be?
So what council directed staff to do through the comprehensive plan was to come back and create rules and regulations for ADUs. And we were going to incorporate that into the UDC based on council input and with rules specific to our community. The reason why we're going to go ahead and bring you the ADU ordinance in advance of the UDC is because with the state preemption, they were very prescriptive, and we don't get to choose a lot of the rules that we would normally bring to you for consideration. And so we're able to advance that pretty quickly. We look at that as a real win for the community too. It gets an ordinance potentially adopted if you choose to adopt it very quickly in advance of anything else.
Right.
So we're just going to follow the state rules and bring those rules to you for consideration.
Thank you. Okay, that makes sense, why that can be sped up. And then, from what I saw, it says that the bill doesn't require construction, and it doesn't require, building them out. So if I understand correctly, it requires zoning around these transit-oriented communities, and that's it, period? Is that right?
That's correct. And in our case, our comprehensive plan acts as a regulatory document as well. And so we would have to update the comprehensive plan, as Andrew suggested, to allow a higher density than our comp plan allows. So that could be the creation of a new land use category or more than one, or there are several ways that we can address that. But that would be in addition to a rezoning of property. So those two things would have to happen in Westminster. But yes, it doesn't force the market to build it. It would allow the market to build that.
Understood. Okay, that makes sense. So adjusting our policy in the zoning. And then I realize, as it was said, that there's a lot to go through and that you have to figure everything out. But at this time, if we were to plan around these transit-oriented communities, in regards to our utilities, are there any major risks? Like, are our pipelines not sized for this, or is there any like major call-out that the city needs to be looking at right now?
We, through the next steps in the process, we're gonna
Review.
analyze that
Right.
to a greater level. We do have our city engineer here, Mr. Burke, and he could probably provide you with the initial response to that.
Okay.
That's a fantastic question. John Burke, city engineer, and honestly, that's the biggest concern that I have, or no later tonight, we'll be talking about the drinking water facility. We don't have the infrastructure to support those number of units today, period. And there are certain parts of the city that'd be very challenging in order to get that infrastructure to, period. So honestly, I think that's something that staff has been talking about that we're very concerned about.
Thank you for flagging that now. Obviously, there's a lot of conversation to come, but it's good to know. Thank you.
Counselor Demont?
Might want to hang out, Mr. Burke.
Mr. Burke?
John?
That's the same path I was going to go down as far as concerns. So, and I think it's important for the public to understand some of that. So, in my time, we had agree with it, disagree with it, whatever. We did have a moratorium around one of our interceptors being overfilled, and the reason aside, how much money did that cost us?
Goodness, I'd have to go back and look, but that was my staff out here. No idea? No guesses? Sorry. We'll have to get back
Tens
to
of
you.
millions, right?
Tens of millions, absolutely.
And I guess it's important for the people to understand why that's hard, because that's just one interceptor in one part of the city. You would be talking about, I mean, look at the map. I mean, our areas that they would be interested in go across the gamut of the city. And so, I mean, that's probably my biggest concern, because I mean, we're trying to fund the water plant now. That's just to our current comprehensive plan, which is much smaller than the numbers they're talking about. You know, so even if you had the magic water pool that they think that we're hiding in this state, I don't know how you get the water there and then you get the waste away from people's homes. I mean, it's just not, it's not realistic at all. So I do think that we need to be prepared to plant our feet in the ground and fight for our resources here, because it's not that, you know, I think that we as a city, in my tenure and before that, have really tried to accommodate folks to be able to live here across different economic areas in life. So it's just not realistic. I mean, so I'm surprised that this still went through as big of a fight. It's like they tried something a lot worse and then still came back with garbage. I mean, it's just not great. I mean, it is nice, though. I appreciate some of the silver linings as far as like the ADUs and stuff. That's something we've been asking about for a long time, and I do think those are opportunities to increase affordability in certain circumstances where, you know, I don't want to see us causing barriers for folks that might be able to come up with something that works for their situation on their own property, if that makes sense for them. Keeping in mind my understanding of ADUs, that's not really that inexpensive. It might fit for certain people, but it's not necessarily affordable for all folks. But the other thing that I wanted to call out, and this is another one of those things that I've just been here long enough to see, the reason that council, like, you called out about some of us not liking the administrative approval of things. There were some apartment complexes that certainly I got a lot of heat for over in the promenade that happened administratively because the former rule allowed that to happen. And we did change that. Not everybody agreed with that change. And you know, it's not that it's a perfect change, but I do think that we were elected to represent people, so these things go through us, whether or not you agree with them or not. The public wants to understand what's going to happen. So it's not just city council, but it's the public. So that's their opportunity to hear, you know, what happens. And when things happen administratively, they're not necessarily getting that bite at the apple to be able to come out and say, hey, we don't like this in our community. So I have big concern about that. So I would hope that, you know, we continue to do what you're saying and we watch it, and that I would also challenge the city attorney's office to start looking for the right experts in the case that we have to do something more strategic in terms of lawsuits.
Well, and you look at that and the promenade as transit-oriented, 4 different huge apartment complexes, and there's not one affordable housing in it. They've got from $4,000 a month to probably the least is 24, 25. Ridiculous.
Well, and to that point, if there's not any level, and I mean, I beat this to death all the time. I'm all about us having good options in the market, because I don't think that affordability is going to come to the market by just doing affordable. Like, you have to have those different things. Like, I'm not at an income level where I could go buy one of those units, but now I'm in a place where my kids are starting to move out, and even if I wanted to move out of my house, so a family who the size of house I have makes more sense for, I'm not going to be able to even afford something smaller for what I could sell it for, as much as it's went up in value. So we do need those different levels across the board. But I think the point that you made about what's over there, there's no affordability that comes into this. And so as much as we have heard from the public, even in issues that I've cited yes on, that they don't like what's going on in the development community, this turns the keys over to developers. If you say, hey, yeah, it doesn't necessarily mean that they will build it, but if it's zoned for that and they bring a development forward that is super, super dense, you don't have any tools to say, no, this doesn't make sense for our community, because this dictates that it needs to be zoned super, super dense. So, I mean, I really don't understand, like, if you hear what the Colorado communities have been concerned about in terms of, like, developers being able to do too much, or not being able to have a voice. Like, I just don't understand how this really is serving the Colorado community in a whole, if you really think through all the different facets of it. Which I know it's not you guys who wrote it, but it's frustrating.
Councilor Zadi?
Thank you. So throughout this process, and for the last few years now, right, so I've seen the legislative sessions, and you come to us with bills, we give you our responses. We've made these comments, what I'm about to say now, similarly in the past, but it's very reactive. And so I've worked in the Senate chamber, and I see that, and there's lots of different constituency stakeholder groups, and folks want to influence legislation, right? We all, different cities, different kind of stakeholders. The number one most effective that I've seen is as far upstream as possible, proactively, before session, when there are stakeholders that meet with legislators in the summertime, in the fall, and propose bills, propose amendments, for example. I think this is a great example. This off-season, summer and fall, we should be going to legislators proactively now and saying, hey, and it happens all the time, there are bills that get passed, and then the next session they fix it because they messed up a whole bunch of stuff and they realize it doesn't work. This is one of those easy cases of we just need to be more proactive and come up with our proposals as to how we can amend what was passed throughout the fall and the summer. Meet with them. That's the most effective way, not when the session starts, not when they already have proposed drafts, not down the line. It's now. Now is where the really, really smart stakeholders, they're meeting with legislators right now, and they're saying, hey, here's what we want to do next year, and those conversations yield much more fruit. You know, the analogy of the babies in the river stream, have you heard that? Right, so, sorry for my analogies, but the old tale goes, there was a group of people walking down a stream, and they saw babies in the river. So a bunch of them jumped into the river and started to save the babies. One of them ran up the hill, and they said, where are you going? We have to save these babies. And he said, well, I'm going to go find out who's throwing the babies into the river. That's the problem. The real problem is upstream, right? I think we are far too late in the process for all these bills, and their minds are already made up at that point, even with our lobbyists, even with the lobbying that we do. This is a great example of maybe we should be proposing a series of amendments now. And maybe you work with us and you say, hey, here's what we're gonna propose, and then literally meet one-on-one with the senator and the state rep that represents us. The two state reps that represent both counties, and then the state senators. I think that will be the most effective. That's just my piece of advice.
Yeah, as somebody who has been an aide in the Senate, I completely agree with, that was, I think, really a good point to bring up. They do meet with people during the interim, and that's where they come up with their ideas for their bills to run. So I think that's a really good point. And then I noticed, the question I have is when you mentioned ADUs and coming back with us about what that will look like, I noticed that you use the term standalone ADUs, and I have seen where there are ADUs that are attached to homes. Are we not allowing those? Because Councilor DeMott made a comment about it being unaffordable, which it's about $350,000 to build a standalone ADU. So my thought process is it would probably be less expensive to do an addition because you're already have the water lines and you're not having to, move water out. And so why was the term standalone, and are we going to allow ADUs that are attached to the homes?
Yeah, I'm sorry, it was a standalone ordinance.
Oh,
for ADUs.
okay, I thought,
Didn't mean to confuse.
okay, I thought you were saying standalone ADUs.
Absolutely.
Okay,
Basement, attic, addition, internal, yes, external, yes.
Okay, so that, okay, then no, that's great. So that brings me to another question. So, what about folks who currently have, homes where their basement has been turned into where there's another access and they might rent it out to a family member or a friend or something like that? Can that then be classified as an ADU? People who have already made those changes to their homes?
So there would probably need to be a process to get them to that point. In zoning and land use regulation, you have something called legal non-conforming uses. And that's typically granted to a use that was legal prior to a zoning change. And then the zoning change made it non-conforming. And so if it was legal prior to that change, they're allowed to continue it. We do probably have situations out there where people have done this illegally. And so we would have to find them a path to become legal. And so that may involve them applying for a permit, us verifying that they meet the new standards that you adopt, and then getting them legal after the fact.
I guess I'm just wondering if it would be considered, because you can legally rent out a bedroom without that being considered an ADU.
Yes.
So would that necessarily be illegal for someone to rent out their basement? If I wanted to rent out my basement to my kids or something, would that be illegal?
So there's a difference between renting a room or having a roommate situation where you have a single household and a single dwelling unit. And we define a dwelling unit like other cities do. It's a housekeeping unit that has cooking facilities, sanitary facilities, and living and sleeping facilities. And so if you have an ADU, that means that you have that complete living unit in addition to your primary unit. So it's the difference between having two dwelling units on one property versus having a dwelling unit where you're just sharing the one dwelling. So to answer your question, no, renting a room out, as long as you're sharing that same dwelling, that's not an ADU. That would just be renting a room or having a roommate situation.
But it would be different if the basement had a kitchen and bathroom and bed, everything that you would need to classify as a house. That's what would make the difference?
That's what would make the difference. So
Okay.
that
Separate entrance.
it would, and it would have a separate entrance too. So our current code defines what a dwelling unit is and the different types, and what the approach that we're going to take with this ordinance draft that we'll bring to you is we'll define what an accessory dwelling unit is, and we'll include the ability to have a detached structure or something internal or even in addition to your house. All of that would be allowed, considered. But it would create another whole dwelling unit with all of that independent stuff that your house has in it right now.
And I think you're right. I think there probably are some people who probably don't realize that it's not okay.
Yeah.
And so if we could provide a path to make that legal, I think that would be great. But thank you very much.
And if I could add to that, I think what we'll focus on in circumstances like that is making sure that's a safe space.
Yeah.
You know, that they've met some reasonable level of code to make sure that that dwelling is a safe space to live in. There may be circumstances out there where it doesn't meet minimum code levels for safety, and so we'll prioritize that when we come back to it.
Okay, thank you. Fantastic.
Counselor Ireland?
So these ADUs, does the state also tell us what they have to be or can be or should be?
They put guardrails around it. So the state legislation says we have to allow them, but that's consistent with what the council has asked staff to do. It says that, for instance, we can't have a requirement that requires owner occupancy for the primary structure and to allow the accessory structures. So that's not a rule that the council can dictate there. It says that we have to treat ADUs like we do houses in terms of setbacks and height and materials. We can't require a regulation for an ADU that we don't already require for a house. So there's just some guardrails that they've put on the cities. Square footage, for example, we have to allow ADUs up to 750 square feet and down to, I think, 400 square feet. We can allow bigger ones or smaller ones, but we have to allow that size range. So it was very prescriptive, and we'll make sure that what we bring you adheres to the state legislation is hopefully as well as what you would like to see us.
And I'm sorry, if I can also add, one thing that I think is very different from what we heard this body talk about, besides the fact that you wanted to have ownership, an ownership requirement, owner occupied, is that these are allowed everywhere. And what I had originally heard was that, you know, unless there's an HOA or the community says this is our standard, and being able to decide for each communities for themselves if that's right for their neighborhood, this overrides and supersedes any HOA, any
Planned unit development, they're all,
it's all
legislation specifically calls that out.
And I'm glad Ms. Kimball mentioned that, because that's another guardrail that they put on the city, is that we have to allow it on every lot that allows a single-family home, regardless of the size of the lot, how small it is, how big it is, whether or not it has off-street parking or not. And you know, speaking of parking, we can't require additional parking for these as well.
So how are they expecting to have enough power for them, enough water for them? They don't even care.
Well,
Because there's places in our city that don't have enough power now for some of these developments. Like the Foster Farm development doesn't have enough power. So how do they think they're gonna have enough power for more houses?
I think the scale of this is so small, I'm not immediately concerned that we'll have a power issue or a utility issue. From what we've seen in other municipalities, specifically, for example, Denver has been allowing ADUs for a number of years now, and they really haven't built that many. Not to say it's not a valuable component of creating affordability, but not everybody will be able to afford to build one, whether it's inside their house or a standalone.
But they were able to say there's 2 areas that they allowed to have it. I went to that workshop last year at CML, and I mean, so Denver was able to say, this makes sense,
Yep.
where the state says, nothing makes sense, just do it.
That's correct. The city won't have the ability to say where we want the ADUs, which neighborhoods or what size lots, or it allows them on any lot.
Will HOAs be able to say how it's constructed?
No.
Like my neighborhood's brick. You have to have, I don't know, 80% brick.
This
On your garage that you build, your outside garage.
This supersedes private covenants, and I'll get Andrew. Andrew's probably flipping through just to correct me if I'm wrong here. It may be limited to just telling HOAs they can't prohibit it. It may allow HOAs to govern the materials and stuff such as that. So, but Andrew's flipping through here.
Yeah, and we'll definitely get back to you on that.
All right,
if we
thank you.
can't find it right here, but.
Yeah, we've got some more issues to go. Counselor
I
DeMott?
just wanted to speak on the point that Counselor Zadi and Counselor Hott brought up. I feel like we actually tried to do that as a council, and we pushed that the council had representation with our lobby body for these specific things, because between specifically the mayor and the mayor pro tem with Dr. Cog and all the things that the mayor go to, they were both calling stuff out for the last 2 years. And we were trying to be proactive and saying, hey, we hear this is coming, we hear this is coming. Last session, we said, this is gonna come back, this is gonna come back. So I don't disagree, but I feel like we as a council in general have been trying. So I would once again advocate that it's very important that we as electeds have representation as we work with staff and our lobbyists and our delegation at the State House, because to your exact point, we want to be ahead of it instead of right now. Now we're saying, now we're more complaining, but I feel like we have been trying to be proactive as a body, you included. I mean, since you've been here and before you were here, I feel like our councils have been, and city have traditionally done that.
I think we've given direction to do that, but I don't know if I've seen, maybe you guys have done that, but I don't know if we've actually received from staff, like, hey, we met with Bird in July and gave her a proposal of a bill for her next session, that kind of, like, I haven't heard that from staff.
Well, no, I think what was asked, though, ahead of time was that we actually have people sitting in those conversations from the council. So it didn't happen, but we certainly asked.
Counselor Hott?
Yeah, I'm just wondering, I hear that makes total sense. What do you think that we could do better, since it hasn't been working?
What was recommended that was turned down by staff was that we had the mayor and the mayor pro tem actually participate in those weekly calls.
Do they have those weekly calls during the interim as well?
I don't think they do the same weekly calls during the interim. You'd have to check with the lobbyist and Chris Lindsay's team that
That was
does the
during the
policy.
legislative session after it started.
Certainly, though, on our own, and I have in the past met with legislation, and I don't think that's harmful, but I also think there's a difference between each of us individually versus the power of the body saying we're letting these two people go speak for us, and they're going to bring stuff back and work for us, and we're using the legislative power of this body given to us by the residents of the city. There's authority and power in that. And traditionally, Westminster has been a leader in a lot of those conversations in this region. And I think that we have let that place slip away from us. And I'd like to see us get back to that.
We used to meet with every one of our legislators at least once, and during session, tried to meet with them, but in the summer, tried to meet with them for exactly, and I learned that when I was working on the home cottage bill. I went the first year after elections happened and sat down with whoever was elected and said, here's an idea. They already had their bills written and said this is the wrong time. And so the next year, I started in June, and we got it through that year and got it passed. But you're right, now's the time that you set that and have your breakfast, lunches, whatever, because they're not as busy. They can share with you what they're looking at, but we can share reality of what we're looking at. And so we haven't done that so much in the last couple of years. Councilor Ireland?
I think elections matter too. I would like to know who all the people were that voted for this. I want their names. because I'm going to be reaching out, and so are the people of Westminster.
Thank you, and John, we haven't seen you since you have your new title. Congratulations.
Thank you.
And,
I appreciate that.
yeah, thanks so much. And let's take 5 minutes before we do water.
Totally gonna ask you that.
And go take a nap. Mr. Fennell.
Did you, when?
Is it 8 in the morning now for you?
Yeah. It's 5:30 in the morning.
Oh my God, that's Yep. I'm eating the good heart out. Yeah, this is.
Okay, update on drinking water.
Well, one of our co-presenters just stepped out, so
Oh.
The good news is he's not the lead. But there he is. All right, outstanding. So Mayor Pro Tem, councilors, it was a little over a year ago that the council approved us moving to design for the drinking water facility. We've just hit a target of 60% design complete. We'll make that presentation, but also then talk about the financing aspects of this in particular. And so Deputy City Manager and Chief Financial Officer Larry Dorr will be one of our co-presenters, but the lead presenter today kicking everything off is City Engineer John Burke. And so John, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, councilors. And yes, with us tonight, we actually have a copy of these 60% design plans. So 500 some sheets. I think we're estimating 3,000 square feet total, probably over 50 pounds. So
I can't imagine why we all didn't get a copy.
I can't. Thank you.
It weighs more than me right now.
Okay, my name is John Burke, City Engineer. Tonight, we're going to provide an update on the Westminster Boulevard drinking water facility and a proposed financing plan for your consideration. I'll be providing the update on the drinking water facility, and then Deputy City Manager and Chief Financial Officer Larry Dorr will provide an update on the financing component of that. Also joining us this evening, a number of our staff that are here that are excited to make this project come to completion. Next slide. So drinking water facility. As you may recall, over many months, staff and council worked together to evaluate 4 separate alternate locations, and ultimately option 4, located on Westminster Boulevard, was the selected alternative. Now, in order to have a fully operational drinking water facility, there are 3 distinct projects that need to occur. The first is the 2-mile raw water supply line that will deliver untreated water from Stanley Lake to the new drinking water facility. The second project is the 14.7 million gallon per day drinking water facility. And the third is the finished utilities. So this is going to be connecting the new water line out to Sheridan Boulevard, as well as sanitary sewer connecting to 104th Avenue. Now, in the fall of 2023, we had the 30% design plan for the 14.7 MGD plan. Now, this is a very typical site layout configuration. Nationally, they're designed this way, where we have ability to kind of infill buildings to advance further buildings to then increase our treatment facilities and treatment trains on that. The challenge with this layout, though, is once in December, we got the cost estimate. It was around $229 million for this layout. So in December, actually December 11th of 23, the design team, many of you sitting here behind me as well, spent 7 hours doing a page flip of over 120 separate value engineering ideas to start saving some money on this plant that the costs were just accelerating. And the team in that duration found nearly $40 million worth of cost savings through the site consolidation. And part of that was we looked at it as a holistic plant where we're looking at Semper and Northwest and the new water treatment facility all as one. And what that means is we can defer things like the administration building for a second phase. We can defer things like the $10 million generator, backup generator, to a future phase. Also, when you look at the site itself compared to the previous one, you'll notice we started to combine some of the buildings. So like the high service pumps and the contact basin are now one building. Why that's important, we start to share walls, structure, electrical, HVAC, all those components, and save money on the actual building, but still provide a high quality water treatment facility that delivers good water to our residents. Now this graph is a graph of water 2025 compared to the current cost of the 14.7 MGD plant. The blue line on top is where the 30 MGD plant started, as well as the green line on the bottom is the 14.7. Now it's important to note, this is only the plant and pipeline costs only. So back in April of 23, we identified approximately $100 million worth of savings, which is true. However, that also included land and design consulting costs, which it wouldn't be fair to actually escalate those with inflation. So we pull those out. Now we're only looking at the plant and pipeline costs all by themselves. Now this redesign we went through, you can see we started with $139 million for the 14.7 MGD. Over the past 2 years, It has been unbelievable the amount of inflation that has occurred from consumer price index, construction price index. All those pieces are now nearly doubling nationwide with these water treatment facilities. So in December, we were sitting right around $279 million all in for the water treatment facility. Through that value engineering design, we did a pivot, and now we're down to about $240 million for the actual project. Now that's based on the 30% plans, which everything is we'll be talking to date has been based on that. Now that we have the 60% plans, the engineer and the contractor are currently working through a page flip of those plans so we can validate what that pricing is actually going to be. Also importantly, we're hiring a third-party professional cost estimating firm to validate those numbers that we're going to see. In fact, you'll be seeing that as an action item here coming shortly to this council to hire that third-party cost estimator to help us do that, to make sure that we're actually getting a good value for the investment we're putting into our community. So from a costing breakdown, again, land acquisition, $32 million, that has already been spent. The land is ours. Number two, consulting fees, which is a combination of design and legal and others, $20 million. That's also been cash funded. That's already sunk cost and done. Now, what's remaining is the drinking water facility, and then the other two projects, the raw and the finished utilities. What we're talking about is the drinking water facility is targeting about $190 million, and then $25 million for each of the other two utilities, for a total of $240 million all in. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Larry Dorr to talk about the financing options.
Thank you, Mr. Burke. Larry Dorr, Chief Financial Officer and Deputy City Manager. Good to be with you here tonight, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and councilors. Now that the city has reached this important point of achieving 60% design of the facility and better understanding the cost of that facility and the related lines, which have also reached a significant phase of design, it's time to revisit the financing plan and the timing of implementing that. Most recently, on April 1st, City Council directed staff to pursue revenue bonds to finance the replacement drinking water facility. That was after an extensive 12-month evaluation of federal and state programs to potentially borrow funds through different avenues. We explored many different grants, federal funding, acts of Congress that might have provided funding, and we had a long and detailed discussion on April 1st that led to the recommendation to pursue revenue bonds, and feedback was given at that time to evaluate 3 bond amortizations and to provide feedback, which I'll do here on the next slide for background and information. A 20-year, 30-year, and 40-year bonds. We had the University of Colorado Denver present, Dr. Ely, talking about intergenerational equity, and all of that is in the city clerk's records from those meetings. Based on the bond amount and the associated interest rate, staff is recommending a 30-year revenue bond, and I'll get into a few more of the details as to why. But primarily, this would hold water rate increases at 4.5% or less annually. Anything on the shorter end would require larger increases. Anything on the longer end, as you'll see, will create greater total interest costs, and the value just isn't quite there. So the reason to present this to you now and ask for your direction for next action steps is really similar to the replacement municipal court, which was financed in the third quarter of last year. It allows the city to, and the utility in this case, to take project funds and have them secured for additional costs that will come, allow the city to enter into contracts for construction and understand and eliminate financial uncertainties such as cost inflation, as Mr. Burke just described, but also recession and other financial market uncertainties that we can't predict. In the current market, bond proceeds, that is the borrowed funds, the interest earnings on those funds would be greater than the interest cost. So it's a very, very unusual time in the financial markets, something I've only seen twice in my 30-year financial career. And to that, to illustrate that, our city was able to issue bonds and take borrowing proceeds at 4.3% and then invest those at 5.2%, so that those proceeds are earning more interest than is paid on the borrowings during the construction phase. So it eliminates a lot of risk and uncertainty and takes advantage of a very unique financial situation. Now with that, let me just run through a little bit of the details and analysis. I'll first say that the cities of Aurora, Arvada, Centennial, Colorado Springs, Denver, and Grand Junction have all issued 30-year utility debt, so we know that that's practical for the residents and businesses of Westminster, and that also that the financial markets will support borrowings of that nature. So based on a remaining project cost of $240 million, Mr. Burke just enumerated that, the proposal is to finance the remaining $240 million with a $190 million revenue bond and $50 million in cash on hand, pay-as-you-go, that's already present in the utility. So let me just go through this chart just to make sure that everybody's on the same page. So first, the bond term, that's the years that the bonds would be outstanding. And I'll just say that our city has a history. Every borrowing that our city has undertaken, whether in the utility or the general or capital funds, any bond that or debt borrowing that's been taken out of 15 years or greater has always been refinanced by our city at least once in our history. So I would anticipate that at some point during the term of these bonds that interest rates may go a little bit lower than what you see here, and our utility in this case would be able to refinance lower. But right now the interest rate environment on 20-year revenue bonds for the water utility would be at about 4%, creating an annual payment of $13,743,000, which we then modeled into the income and expense models that you've seen from our budget and policy office as to how that fits in. It would create a total interest cost of $84,852,000. But the water utility at its current level of revenue can't support that repayment. That's $13,743,000. The only way that could be done is if water rates were increased for 2025 at 7.5%. So that would exceed what's been discussed in the past, and I feel that makes this infeasible for the utility and for the affordability of water for Westminster. And by the way, that would also rates would also have to increase in 2026, 2027, and 2028 in the amount of 7.5% for it to work in the financial model that's there, because right off the bat, the utility has to develop $2.4 million in additional revenue above what we've already got planned in the model. The 30-year bond term, which is the one recommended, that's why it's green lighted there, perhaps even the color of money. The interest rate we're modeling there is about 4.5%. Annual payment $11.3 million, total interest cost $149 million. And just to make sure that total interest cost is clear, if you do the math and multiply the annual payment times the number of years, the interest that's present plus the $190 million in principal, those will add up to the payment times the number of years. You can check that. But this is affordable to the utility and fits into the model that our city has been working under for a number of years. It was commissioned by a third-party consultant to help us understand the feasibility of cost in our utility, and would just require, or would require, an increase as anticipated of 4.5% for 2025. We did discuss some utilities outside of Colorado have financed utility debt at 40 years, and we can go back to April 1st and describe those. But we believe that this utility would have the ability to issue 40-year bonds. The interest rate would be a little bit higher. That's the traditional sort of yield curve that we're all used to, probably at 4.75%. The annual payment would be smaller again at $10.3 million, but the total interest cost increases because those first number of years, there's the majority of the payment, nearly all of it, is going toward interest. So the total interest cost would be $222,765,000. However, because the payment is slightly lower, the rate of increase for water in 2025 could be less because that payment cost would be smaller than what's anticipated in the financial model. So I know there's a lot of numbers there and they're very large. I'm happy to go back at any time, but just to be clear, it's very evident that, and clear to the financial team, that the 30-year recommendation is the best fit for the utility in terms of feasible in the financial markets, fits within the financial model, and keeps rate changes clear and consistent. So with that, the next steps in order to move the process forward, both from an engineering, design, and construction point of view, but also from a financial feasibility point of view. In fact, I think Mr. Burke has described that the utility could begin work sooner on the pipeline phases of the project, but it wouldn't make sense to do that until all of the financing of the project were in hand, because we wouldn't want to be the utility that built a pipeline to nowhere, or to a place where there wasn't actually a drinking water facility. So the next step is Mayor would be asking for you to seek consensus to direct staff to pursue a 30-year revenue bond and return to City Council in July with recommendations and actions to approve bond ordinance at a regular meeting, routine legal bond counsel, and authorize a reimbursement resolution for some of the expenses that may have already been undertaken or will incur between now and the closing of the bonds. So this should be very familiar, I think, to Mayor and Council relative to what has been accomplished with the municipal court financing. We would anticipate it going on a similar track and facilitating the project, which is going quite well from a design, engineering, and construction perspective. So with that, I think we're prepared to answer any questions. Sir. Thank you, Mayor.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Okay, I have two questions for Mr. Burke. In our value engineering, which props, that was pretty good, taking out 40 million. But the reverse osmosis that we kind of had our, bookmarked, I don't know, is that 20 million or?
Yeah, for the ozone?
Yeah.
Yeah, $20 million. And that would be an add-on to what we're seeing here tonight.
Okay.
And I'll just be candid with you, that's something we're gonna try really hard to get in, because it's so important from a wildfire, water quality, odor, taste. It's really important to get that into this system. Right now, that's gonna be an add alternate.
Okay, because I hear you on that, and I'm just kind of, if we were able to say 40 and then we've add 20, so I would like to understand how we might be able to get that in, or if it's, as I recall, it's sort of like do it now or pay a lot more later, or what, there's some benefit to bringing it in now?
Like many things, yeah, it's much more cost effective to do it now during construction than bring it on later. We're just trying to be super cost conscious. I mean, this is one of those scenarios, we're not gonna go build a pole if we don't have the house. Just wanna make sure that we got the house first, and then we do those things that are really great to have and important to have too. And we know that we'll have future phases as we add things on, so if not now, we will.
Okay. And with your value engineering efforts, how is sustainability of the buildings, the facility fared in that?
That's still intact. I mean, I could lean back to our design team behind me here, but that's absolutely part of the DNA of the whole project, just make sure that we're accomplishing any and all possible, either LEED Silver, LEED Platinum, or, kind of the whole sustainability piece of that. And I'll quickly lean back and maybe look for a nod of the design team that we're still tracking on all those fronts. Envision, yeah. That's the right word, envision.
Okay. All right, Mr. Dorr, question for you. So if you could go back to this previous slide. So here's my question. It may be really dumb, but so if we did a 40-year, okay, and paid, I don't know, $500,000 additional a year towards principal, as if you would with a mortgage. I don't know if this is even possible. Because I'm just trying to balance. I know Councilor DeMott has always asked, how can we go, below 4.5% annual rate increases? And at first I was like, well, what if we went 35 years? But so my question is, if we took a 40-year and then we paid extra towards it, but not so much that we get to 11.3 annually, which then would say potentially we could have a lower water rate increase. Is that a possibility at all, or is that just kind of not a real
Well,
thing?
thank you for the question, Mayor Pro Tem, I appreciate it, but the only way that there would be extra money to pay toward it is if the water rate were higher, because all of the water rate revenue is got a place to go, you know, be it capital projects or operations or debt service, whatever it may be. So this literally squeezes out every penny, as you would expect, to go to either the things that I just described. So there shouldn't be, and you wouldn't expect there to be any extra to put into a separate fund to pay down debt earlier or what have you. And my final comment on that is financial markets are they're, for as dynamic and flexible as they can be, a lot of old habits are still in place, and that is having structured terms that are 20 years, 30 years, 40 years, not 32.5 or 35. That's a little harder to price. It can be done, but it gets a lot less efficient because these are global investors with billions of dollars. They understand 40 years very carefully because there are many other comparables in the market, or 30 years particularly, right, with everything we know about personal finance. So it would not be my advice to go off of those particular schedules, maybe to a 15-year, because that's also understood, but clearly that's going to be very infeasible. So I would suggest sticking to the 20, 30, 40 based on the efficiencies in the market. But I think where you're going with this is something that the staff would continue to track in the future, and that is the refinancing or recapitalizing. And just so that that's clear for everybody, what that means is in the future, borrowing the remaining, an amount equal to the remaining principal on the bonds from another investor at a lower interest rate and paying off what's remaining at the current interest rate. What that would allow the opportunity for is slower rate increases to future ratepayers or accelerated capital projects or some mix thereon. But I think you could bet very carefully that over a 30-year period that this revenue bond would be refinanced probably at a lower interest rate. So hopefully that addresses some of the thought that's gone into the recommendation and what could happen in the future.
Okay. I mostly get it. I just have to restate my question again. So if we did 40 years and we set the water rate increase at 3.5%, and then we're able to put a little bit more money towards the principal annually, would that at all be possible? And I'm just trying to play out some thoughts that we've had as council, on the council before. So that's my question.
Yeah, I can answer that. Beg your pardon. Thank you for rephrasing that for me. I appreciate it. Yes, that could be done. Then there would be money available to place into a sinking fund. Now, we would be able to make that work. However, unlike a mortgage payment where you could pay a little extra principal every month, that wouldn't be feasible with these bonds. Investors expect call protection, or meaning a restriction for making principal payments. But nonetheless, we could put that money into an account that would earn money, and then when the bonds became callable, we could pay down that principal. So yes, that could be feasible. And just to be clear, that rate at 2.5% or 3.5%, and we could pick a multitude of scenarios, that's just for 2025. It then goes back to what's in our current financial plan at 4.5% for all of the years, thereafter.
Okay, that's helpful. And then also knowing that if we're, unlike the mortgage scenario that I was going for, that interest cost doesn't go down if we're paying extra towards the.
It would over the course of the 40 years, but I don't think it would be a significant number to change the equation to allow for a lower rate increase in 2026, 2027, et cetera. It would just be for that 1 year, perhaps 1% to use your example.
Okay, thank you.
Councilor Ireland?
So I'm not that shocked that it's way over what you said to the council last time when they approved this. It was supposed to be 196 million. That was upgrading Semper too. So in this number, what's upgrading Semper? Because that was supposed to be, the 196 million was supposed to include upgrading Semper. So where is that in this 240 million?
So in that 196 that had those major upgrades to Semper, we're now recalibrating even what needs to be done at Semper as well. So that doesn't
So that's
show up
not
in here.
even in this
That is
cost.
correct. That's gonna have to be funded out of our other capital plan.
So we're up to, if we do the ozone, 312 million just for this plan. Because you did 52 million for the land and the consultant. That is crazy for the amount of people we have in this city. It's just crazy. Because it's not even that much million gallons a day. It's only 14.7. This is just exactly what I ran on, and it's because I knew this was going to be expensive because we're running the pipe under US 36, under a train track, uphill. It's not like Semper where it's gravity. And I honestly asked the people at Semper, if we had a fire, what would it do? They would close the gate, and we might have water that tastes bad for 2 weeks, but it would be safe to drink. And we're going to spend this much money just in case there's a fire. It's crazy like the state stuff. It's not okay. This is just putting people in financial debt bondage, as far as I'm concerned. It's not okay, and I don't approve it. Councilor Zadi?
Thank you. So, thanks for all the work you've been doing on this. It's been, I know, a long road. I like those options. I like the way you put it up there. I'm very interested in the interest income to start with. So where does that go right back into the water fund?
Absolutely. Yeah, it goes into the water fund. In fact, we've modeled the interest income to be $8 to $9 million, which is some of the urgency around presenting the financial plan. As costs increase, we have this rare opportunity, as we have with the municipal court, to earn that amount of money, which is a credit to the entire budget.
Is that total? The 9 million? Is
$8 to $9 million. It's built into
it
this.
the term or?
30 years. Well, no, so money will be borrowed. Investors will hand over a check for $190 million in cash. That will go into the utility. It will immediately be invested and earn interest. As the contractors are paid for all of the construction, the amount in the utility in cash will decrease over time, eventually to zero during the duration of the construction of the project, which would be a few years. But what we've modeled out very carefully in the current interest rate environment is that $190 million, which shrinks with the cost, will produce $8 to $9 million in interest earnings. So that's an offset that's built into our very sophisticated project and financial model within the utility to account for every dollar. But that was not present back in the earlier modeling and so forth. So it also drives the idea that water rates can increase 4.5%, and this is feasible to the utility.
So that 4.5% is dependent on that arbitrage?
Absolutely.
If the arbitrage changes, so what are the factors, the macroeconomic factors that would impact the 5.3%? Is it 5.3? Is that what you said, that we can invest?
No, I was using it as I don't know what the
whatever
rates
that is,
might
it's
be.
higher than the
but
cost.
I was using the municipal court as an example. Borrowings were 4.3, investments were 5.2.
So whatever the higher cost is, what are those factors that could bring that back to normal, which is not good for us?
Yeah,
So lower it.
A lot of the global economic factors, general inflation, economic growth, all of those things impact the current yield curve that allows for that to happen.
So isn't that a huge risk then, that we're saying 4.5%, but if the economy changes in the next few years
Right.
drastically,
Right.
we could lose that. Does that mean that the rate would go up once?
It
Because
would potentially have to go up to make the project work without those interest earnings. Conversely, I'm less concerned about what might happen in the arbitrage versus the interest rate column. If that 4.5 goes up to 5.5, that has an order of magnitude that's 15 times larger than what we were just
That's my next question. So that interest rate, we don't know the answer, right? But I'll ask it anyway. just from your gut, do you think it's going to go up or down in the next several years? It feels like maybe down, but let's assume both. So give me both options. How bad would it be if the interest rates go up or down?
Well, if rates go down, it will be far better, of course, but rates haven't come down in a fair amount of time recently, and there are many economists making many predictions for this. There's a greater likelihood that rates will stay pretty consistent with where they are, at least within the next 3 months, which is how long it would take to close that situation, get that $190 million check. Same thing was true in the municipal court financing. The staff put forth a predicted interest rate, a predicted payment to be made from the General Capital Improvement Fund. And there's always a little bit of risk, but that's the reason for coming back in from April to June, is to describe that if that can get closed in the next 3 months and funded, this will be affordable, and there will be a drinking water facility built for Westminster.
So if we close and it's fixed the whole term?
It's absolutely fixed.
So if we close in these next 3 months and then rates go down in the fall or winter, when would be our first opportunity to refinance?
First, rates would need to go down a pretty significant amount to justify the expense to refinance. That's a lot of money. Hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars to produce a loan of this size, as you could imagine, relative to a home loan, right? So that's one consideration. And so certainly if rates went from 4.5% to 2.5% in 2 months, a lot of problems would be solved in the economy, right? But I think the chances of that are very low to virtually nil, and that would have a material effect. But to answer your question directly, the capital markets are used to purchasing bonds of this character with a 10-year call protection, meaning they can't be refinanced for 10 years. And that's been true for many, if not all, all of the borrowings of any size at Westminster in our history. And that goes for the municipal court project that was just financed, and several others before it.
Thank you for all that.
Thank you.
Very interesting. Looking at the options, that 40 years, so we have to weigh credit, the credit rating impacts, right, with our citizens' cost of living status. And the 2.5% rate increase versus the 4.5%, knowing that in 10 years we could refinance, right? Hopefully it's lower in 10 years. I think it will be lower, but who knows? It feels like the right choice to at least double click into what the impacts would be for that 2.5, right? It's the total interest rate cost that looks higher. That's only if we stick with that for 40 years, right? For the term of the, but if we refinance out of that later, what I'm thinking is, currently the cost of living for our residents is out of control, right? And it may make sense to focus on that while still, so we're walking and chewing gum at the same time, right? We're building this out. We built the plant. We have this kind of 10-year plan, if you will. That's 2.5. It's lower than what we are currently at with the 4.5 because of their cost of living. And then in 10 years, we reevaluate, and hopefully rates are lower. Hopefully it's even better, and we won't ever need to pay that full total interest cost. Does that sound logically feasible to you?
I think there is a great possibility of that scenario you just described playing out. I just want to make sure that it's understood. The difference in revenue that's necessary is the $1 million for the 1 year, and now that continues on indefinitely. I think it's this policy-making board has to understand if the juice is worth the squeeze. I hear that from people all the time. In other words, if the trade-off is really beneficial. We often see when a rate a water rate is gonna increase the typical, 4.5%. What that means to the average water consumer per year, isn't oftentimes as much as three digits, per year. So it is a nominal amount, but staff is listening and understands that can impact a household, particularly on a fixed income, et cetera. So we do hear that.
Wait, can I just, so I thought you said that 2.5% was only for 2025, and then all the subsequent years would be 4.5.
It would be, yes, but what I'm trying to say is the savings to the loss in revenue or the savings to the consumer is equal to that 1 million. Actually, it's just a little bit less than $1 million. The difference between 11,317,000 and 10,319,000, that, as you know, when rates increase, it increases to that level in perpetuity, right? So, but yes, that anticipates, to be clear, rates would have to go back to increasing about 4.5% each year thereafter.
So even if we do 40 years.
Right.
So that 2.5 is 1 year
So
only,
that's
and then
not
it's
even
4.5?
transparent.
Oh, and then but 4.5 is every year.
Yes, the current financial model anticipates 4.5% rate increases every year in order to meet the capital needs of the utility and the operating costs of the utility, increasing every year at 4.5% is in the financial model that we've shown a number of times.
But you're telling us what we're looking at, that 4.5 for option 2 is in perpetuity, which is the current, right? And the 2.5 though, that option is 1 year only?
Right.
And then it's still 4.5?
Yes.
Okay, so my point is moot then. It doesn't.
I think the trade-off is not what you might like, yeah.
I think you should show that in this chart. You
very
should, you should clarify that that's a 1 year thing, that one is a perpetuity. What's the first one then? Is 7.5 1 year or perpetuity?
Well, yeah, I described that during my presentation, and yes, I could have added a couple of rows here, but I have the paren 2025. That would have to increase 7.5% in 2025, 26, 27, and 28.
So that one is
And
4 years.
Then it would go down to 4.5 every single year.
Oh.
Okay? Yeah.
Okay.
So there again, the cost benefit of the total interest costs changing impacts the ratepayer quite a bit, in the years, during that 20-year period.
My final comment is on communication. Similarly to all these other projects, I think we need to ramp this up all the way. There's a lot of misinformation out there floating and getting worse as we don't communicate. I don't know how we can do this, but we need to really do this, over-communicate this and the benefits. I think people hear a lot about the cost without the benefits. We need to really pump this up. Thank you.
Councilor Carmelia.
Thank you, Councilor Azadi, for bringing those points to light. I think all of us were unclear on that. Also, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. You actually were in the exact same headspace I was when you were presenting. You asked all the same questions I was going to. I was going to say, can we do 35 years? I was going to say, can we do 3.5% at 40? Clearly, none of that is an option, it seems. So thank you for getting through that. Just for my FYI, what dashboard reporting system do you use?
Dashboard reporting?
Like, how do you make your financial modeling?
Oh my gosh, well, we've retained Raftellus Consulting. That's, we use Microsoft Excel and a number of other econometric inputs to design the model, but yeah, I don't know if that answers your question. No.
Raftellus Consulting, so is a third party?
Mhm. Yeah, we
Nice.
retained them in 2019, I think. And they help us with cost of service study. They're an independent company. They do this for a number of utilities in Colorado and across the country.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Okay.
And that's, I think City Council has seen that. Certainly, it's been recorded during public meetings. This is the columns and rows that have many ratios for inputs for water rate increases, capital costs, costs of debt repayment, all of the many inputs that have been presented at this end of this boardroom table a number of times.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just in a very complex Microsoft Excel model environment.
Thank you. Okay, and then I feel like this is a good time to bring up a very sensitive topic, but I mean, we're looking at some really costly numbers, and as was mentioned, if we're gonna work on ozonation, it seems like the time to make a decision around that is before we break ground, right? Or at least before the ground is covered up and finished, right? And so I guess I would love to have an ETA about, you know, when is it that, if we get this financing approved, when is it we break ground?
So two things. First off, yeah, critical path for us right now is the financing.
Right.
Which is tonight. 60% plans behind me,
Mhm.
pricing out now. We'll come back to this body later this year, late August, update the pricing.
Mhm.
Here's where we are today.
Got it.
With that, then we make that decision, can we actually pull the trigger on the ozone or not?
Mhm.
And with this body, we make that decision. Break ground starts probably late Q1 to Q2 of next year. And so we gotta lock in that price, we get the contractor already on board, working with the team to get a guaranteed maximum price contract to deliver that plan.
Right. That makes sense. Thank you. I think that helps us all have an idea of what's to come. So that's helpful. So it sounds like in a few months, September, October area timeframe. And that makes sense. And again, just with that, I mean, it's another expense and it will only go up, right? And so I just want us to keep that in mind as we move forward. Thank you.
Mr. Demott?
Can you go back to the graph? I'll say a couple years ago, Mayor McNally, Councilor Seymour, Councilor Emmett, Councilor Baker, and myself did something historic and lowered water rates. Only time it's been done that I can find in the history of the city. And it was done because the residents were being hurt by the water rates. So, this is the wrong one. The one with the 40-year, 30-year, 20-year, please. As we went past that point, we did some other things. We changed the tier system, which I think was very, very beneficial to the residents. I still would like to know if that's the proper thing. I've beaten that to death, and we haven't really talked about it otherwise, besides the fact that we don't think the Thornton model would really work for us, which is fine, but it still doesn't mean that those tiers maybe could be 1,000 off, 5,000 off, you know, and that could be one way or the other. We could be too big, too little. You know, I still think that warrants a greater discussion. But the thing that frustrates me the most with this is during those conversations, 4.5 was put out, kind of arbitrarily, honestly, as far as like, this is my ceiling. And we always come back to my ceiling, it seems, as far as like being stuck to that. And I have to think that in all these models, we could do better. So I understand that we have to borrow on a certain thing, saying this potentially could be the 4.5% every year. But I mean, you just said it here. I mean, even if you went to the 40-year, really the difference is $1 million. Last year, when I asked, could we do 2.25? It wasn't even 2.5. I said 2.25, split it in half instead of doing 4.5. What would that cost us? It was like $950,000. I know we have very bright people who work in the city, and I know that in a hard year that we could find that $950,000 in our utility, and just like you did in this presentation, find places where we could defer things. And so I think the point is we have this conversation again. I think my point is missed in the approach that I'm not saying that necessarily even this year. I'm saying in years when we have hardship, let's prove that we're not going to be married to 4.5%, because there are other ways to do that and say this is going to be our model. We're going to go with a 30-year loan because it hits that ceiling, but year to year doesn't mean that we have to do 4.5%. And every time we have this conversation, though, we come back to 4.5%. And the reason it was critical for me this year is because I knew we were going to go out and we have to go out and do this loan. And I don't disagree with that. But what we haven't done for me that satisfies my concern is we haven't proven that we could come back in a year and not do 4.5%. And so to me, that's saying that we're going to, as a city, say, well, we know that it fits in that 4.5%, so we're not going to do that work. And that's, my biggest frustration with it. I don't know if that's enough for me to vote no on it, because I do think it needs to move forward. I do hope that you find a way to fit in the ozonation without an increased cost. And I think that we have smart enough staff that we could figure out how to do that, even if it means an offset somewhere else in the system. Because that's the right approach, and the thing that I've liked about this the most, as much as I've gotten beaten up over this, is that it is a whole system. You know, I'm an operations guy in IT. I look at it the same way. It's a whole system. So even security, you get through one layer, there's other layers. That's the way our water utility. If we have one failure, we should have multiple things. And that's the way that this should be. That means there's trade-offs out there that we could probably do and be able to save the citizens money in a year that makes sense, and then still be able to do the critical things that we need to do, to make sure that we do all the things that we're required to do by law and above that, because really that's the standard that Westminster residents are used to. They're used to, we're not doing the minimum, we're doing better than the minimum. You know, so I guess I'd put that back out as a challenge. And, you know, I don't want to take away from the hard work that's been done, because I think that when put into the challenge, staff has proven, you know, that we could do better, and continually has done better than what we originally said was the only way we could do it. I mean, think back 4 years ago. I mean, the conversation was very different. It was like, there's no way to do anything different than what we're doing. I mean, this is so much better, in my opinion, than what we were going to do originally in 2025. But I don't want us to take our foot off the gas. There's just been too much heartache, too much pain for the community. The staff certainly has shared the brunt of that. And I just think that we need to continue to push the envelope on that, because I think that we're capable. I do have just a few questions that I want to address. Like when you were talking about some of the savings in terms of putting the buildings together, is there any loss of resiliency or a potential risk from doing that versus having the buildings separate? Because that's one thing I'd like to understand too. Are we making trade-offs that could bite us? I mean, in all those things that I mentioned are potential things that could happen. But as they're going through the design and trying to find places to save, how are they doing that balancing act? And that's one you called out. So that's the reason I use that as an example.
No, it's a great question, Counselor, and I appreciate that. So when the teams met on December 11th to just rethink everything, and kind of one of the points you just made, we really had to look at this differently than we've always typically done things, right? We really had to be creative and thoughtful. And the team that's behind me was amazing that day. 7 hours of just line by line with our plant operator as well, and all of our folks that actually have to deal with that. And it was a real conversation. Well, what if we don't put in the backup generator today? What happens? And so we run through those risk analysis scenarios. Answer is, well, if we had a power outage here, that plant goes down. Guess what? Because we've taken such good care of Semper, we can keep that operating, and Northwest, and we can still satisfy the demand during the summer months. Wonderful. Let's defer that, okay? With the site consolidation itself, I don't even think I mentioned this in my presentation, but now we have fewer, like I said, less distance of our process piping between those facilities. We actually reduced our risk. The more pipes you have in the ground, the more risk you have of those failing and breaking. In fact, we've had, I don't know how many water line breaks in the past 2 weeks. It's scary, right? We are not providing a utility to our residents that they have come to know and love. So this plant, the way it was designed and laid out, really met a bunch of different criteria, allows us to expand, particularly see that phase 2 kind of bigger area. Now we got a wonderful laydown site that's not going to be complicated by trying to fit new buildings with an existing one. So you think about having on-site construction equipment can actually mobilize and build that next treatment train right in that site without interrupting the existing operations. So I'll just say that this team really worked hard on kind of meeting all those pieces kind of where they met from an efficiency curve basis, where you're not going to spend more money than you need to, but you're going to spend enough to make sure you have a great resilient system holistically when we look at our different treatment facilities.
That's good, and I appreciate that approach. And I think one thing that, and I brought it up before, and as long as I'm in one of these seats, I will continue to, is in terms of Semper and the whole system being a thing, I hope we really don't just toss out Semper thinking that this negates that potentially being part of the overall thing for the reasons you just mentioned. I think that those geographic locations being separated gives us some resiliency that is one of the reasons why I think your approach to this is actually so fascinating. As you know, we went through things over the last 4 years, because I do think, you know, once it makes sense to do whatever kind of either to have the real conversation, do we tear it down or do we, you know, look at rehab of it probably looks much different than it would have if you were completely just saying we need to replace it because it's our sole source. So I hope that those kind of conversations continue with whatever we do.
It has to. In fact, if I can just add one thing, Paul Knippel, director, myself, kind of walked the plant, and I'll call it the underbelly of Semper. And I would just tell you, I was partly terrified and so proud of our staff to keep that plant operational. Multiple single points of failure that put us at risk today. And it'd be negligent of me to sit here in front of this board and say, we don't need this new water treatment facility. We do. And we will need to make surgical improvements to the existing Semper. It's 55 years old. We're hoping to get another 20 years out of that plant. And it's going to be doing systematic improvements as we do, reduce risk, improve quality, improve resiliency on that existing. But you can't do some of that if you don't have that redundancy in the system. You don't have a backup for those types of complicated, very intrinsic and risky operations to make sure that we can surgically do what we need to at Semper.
I think that's a really good point, and I'll close with this, is that was one of the biggest selling points for me, is the fact that if you tried to replace that in place, one of the things that you shared with us is if you had a catastrophic failure, we would be in a really bad place as a city versus it being there, doing these more surgical things like you mentioned, and building a new plant. So to me, and I'm just one voice, that certainly was a very big selling point of the path that we're on now. So appreciate it.
Counselor Hott?
Oh, I think a lot of great questions have been asked. Any questions I have already been answered. I think you guys have done a great job finding ways to consolidate the buildings and save money. And so I would just say that I'm on board with option 2, the 30-year.
Counselor Ireland?
I just have another question about Semper and upgrading it. How are we paying for that? Are we getting a loan for that too?
No, that's going to be out of our
Is
existing
that
capital.
cash?
Yes.
And how much is it?
There were early estimates. We're right now refining that again. I think we had 12 million and 11 million over years to do those kind of things. But now that we know more about what we're going to be building here, that's going to be revisited.
Okay, also, we've been calling it a drinking water plant. Is it only for drinking water?
Correct. Drinking water facility, yes.
Yeah, but is the water going to be used for other things besides drinking?
That's a great point. It is a water treatment facility for all purposes, including irrigation and external uses.
So what percentage is drinking water like we drink it?
As far as million gallons a day, can I lean on my team behind me here? I don't know if anybody knows. Ryan? To go indoor versus outdoor usage? Is that the question?
Yeah. Hi, Ryan Decker.
Go to the front.
Thanks.
So Ryan Decker, a water treatment facility operator at Semper.
Drinking.
Yes, great question. Thanks for having me. Great to see everyone. So our typical winter demand is around 11 or 12 million gallons per day. And I'd say in general for winter, for summer, we're in the mid-30s. So if you subtract the two out, that's kind of, if we're talking just drinking water, where people's well, I'll say drinking water, kitchen, household
Toilet.
use, showering, I'd say it's about 12 million gallons per day. And then, generally mid to low 30s if you include the irrigation and outdoor demands.
Okay, so I have a problem with it being called a drinking water plant because it's a water plant. I don't think that's transparent. You could get sued over that, actually. You could, because advertising, you can get sued for that. So I don't want to call it a drinking water plant. It is a water plant. And that's the way, we're not being transparent calling it a drinking water plant like it's some special, and the ozone, we're wasting that on lawns. I'm not for the ozone at all because it's not just for drinking water.
For me, the 30 years tough to swallow, only because I worked in the bond business. So if I go for the 30-year, I need reassurances because that puts Semper at 80 years old. And at what point is it going to be decommissioned, or are we refurbishing it to do what it does? And is only one train enough because of Semper? That's what I struggle with, because the 30 years is a long time. And I know cities do it because they don't have the money. They have to pay more in the interest to be able to keep the costs down and all of that, but that's 30 years. And we already have a plant that has needs, which has been our backup. I don't know how long it's gonna take us to get this thing built. And I just need to know it's able to, especially with what the state wants to do to us, we've got to think strategically. Adding it later, what does that cost versus getting it in this package and doing it while everything's being done at the same time? I don't know the answer, but that's what I struggle with at night.
John, Mr. Burke, do you want to comment on
Comments,
that?
it's just my thoughts.
No, I appreciate that. Yeah, I think that's the same concern we have, is what's the right time to get that full treatment train ready to go? And it would be, I think, right now, tonight's the financing piece. We want to stay laser focused on that, because then that's going to let us get a whole lot smarter on the 60% all the way to 100% in GMP.
Mayor, another comment on that, if I could have that, is one of the things the financial team is contemplating is at some future date, and that's one of the reasons we looked up the statistics about our refinancing prowess, quite frankly, and consistency in doing that, is at some point in the future, if the payment would work and there was an engineering necessity and it was understood by future leaders, the remaining balance might be 20 years, but it could be refinanced on a 15-year basis. So to shorten that term down, where the ultimate, term is 25 years or even 20 years at some point in the future, if we got back down to interest rates like 1.5% as we once saw. So that's a possibility. It may not be a high probability, but it would enable some of the engineering concerns that you just described. So we'll have that on mind.
I have heard for the most part, you've got a 30-year and you're going to return in July.
Yes, we'll reach it. Thank you, Mayor. The financing team will return for these three items: bond ordinance, bond council, and reimbursement resolution. And our engineering team will return once the cost estimators have been able to provide an update, probably after the end of August.
Yep.
Mhm.
And thanks to the whole team for their hard work.
Thank you.
City Attorney, do we have reason for an executive session?
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, the agenda does include an executive session, discussion of a personnel matter, the quarterly check-in for the city attorney pursuant to Westminster Municipal Code, Section 111.3C1, and Colorado Revised Statute 246402 4F1.
I'll go around and ask council if you're willing to go in executive session and answer yes or no.
Obi, is that a yes?
Amber Hot, yes.
Claire Carmelia, yes.
Christine Ireland, yes.
Dave Demott, yes.
Sarah Nermella, yes.
Nancy McNally, yes. Whoa, whoa.
They're tired.
Everybody okay?
That's an expensive plan, don't drop that.
Thank you, Mayor. That concludes the open meeting portion of our study session tonight. I just asked the clerk to conclude the webcast and the recording so that we can start a new recording for the